Hello, this is stream number 129. Stream 129, human. So I'm kind of wasting time at the beginning here because a lot of the time Twitch messes up and switches people back to hosted of some other channel. So yeah. I don't like to have a canned intro, but maybe I should reconsider that. Maybe that's a good thing. If I could actually learn how to use Twitch's tools to chop things up before exporting them to YouTube, then I wouldn't have to chop them up myself and re-upload them, and I could get rid of the intros and stuff like that. Anyway, so I'm working on a game. It's going to be a multiplayer game. And the actual content of the game I haven't gotten to yet, but my goal was to make something that starts off easy for me to make, but extensible. So, very simple retro 2D pixel art. It's an RPG, so when you log into the game, you'll be playing a character. And I kind of want to have it pretty open-ended and let you pick what you want to do out of a variety of things. But right now I'm still setting up the platform for the game. Since it's multiplayer, I have to have both a server and a client. The server has to be pretty robust and secure, and I'm still setting that stuff up. Hey there, Red Rampage Crumpet. Check out his stream. He's working on a game in Unity with a lot of different art. I like to watch art streamers as well as game dev. I hope to pick up a thing or two from the artists. Hey there, Maxa Malvido. How's it going? So, and they're romancing a hate as well. Wow, you guys are all coming in early. How's it going? Well, today I don't know, I have a really compressed schedule on Tuesdays because my kids start school late, and so I was like rushed. But I'm okay. So, explaining a little bit more about the game for people who haven't seen it or people who might be watching this on YouTube, the general architecture of the game, of any kind of multiplayer game really, is that you have servers and clients. And for my game in particular, each server is a copy. So you can log into any one of these servers and play the game. The servers talk to each other to keep in sync, and I use a consensus algorithm called Raft in order to replicate the state across the servers. So if I look at any server's state, it'll be the same as any other servers. So it lets me take servers offline, upgrade them, put them back online, and the clients of the game don't really notice too much. Hold on, I'm missing a little bit of chat, aren't I? Oh, okay, no. Just distracted, that's all. So yeah, you'll see a lot of WebSockets in my game because servers talk to each other through WebSockets, clients talk to servers through WebSockets, and the orchestrator server, which starts up and shuts down game servers, also uses WebSockets. I use them because they're very convenient, they're bidirectional, they're persistent connections, kind of like lower level sockets, only at the web level, I guess you call it, upper level app. Let me start up my servers, and let me log into Git while I'm at it. So, serve, let's just do reserve. And I need to have the player console up and running. Oh, looks like I need to get rid of a diagnostic message. I was working on login stuff yesterday, and I put in a lot of extra diagnostic messages. So, here's what happens when I start up my game server. This actually shouldn't, in the production, shouldn't really happen because the game server should always be running and we should only be taking down one at a time. But let's say there's a catastrophic failure and everything reboots and we start up from scratch. What happens is the orchestrator starts up, it installs the code and data for each instance of the game and starts up. Here we're starting 3 different instances and connects to them. And then the servers hold an election to make one of their number a leader. The leader server is the one that's allowed to make changes to the game, the follower servers forward request to the leader to make changes. And the game log looks like this. So each of these, hold on, let me format it as JSON. It's a sequence of commands in JSON. Ooh, that was weird. No, format document, there we go. Oh, no, I have to say it's JSON. JSON. Now I can, right, I can't format the entire document, but I can format individual things. So if I take one command in particular and do format, just to give you an idea of what one change to the game might be, this command here is a change to the game to create a player. So all of the details about the player are here. So username, what server they're connected to, what client connection ID they're using, profile information, the hash of their password, stuff that you need in order to rehash the password to check. And there's a login token as well, so that we can have persistent logins. So you log in with your password once, and then the game gives you back a token that your client caches, and then when you refresh your browser, it reuses the token. All right, 2H-Strike question: how do you imitate singletons in C++? Pretty easy. You just have a global variable. If you want to mask it being a global variable, one way you can do it is through a static class member. And you can have a constructor for the class that builds up that singleton. But it's basically, a singleton is really just a fancy name for a global variable, right? Because a global variable, there's one of it, right? I guess there's an additional implication that you don't make any other instances of the same class, but really it's just a global variable. Yeah, there's no built-in way to define it as a singleton. There's like no singleton keyword. You just make a class or struct or variable and make it global. Make one instance of it. There's your singleton. So I do that in one place in my game right now, I think, and that is, let me find it. I'm doing it in main here. It's with this thing. Command factories. So command factories is a singleton. So the way I do it is I define the type of the singleton, and I just follow up with a global variable name. I like to make globals all caps, just to point out that it's a global, or especially if it's a constant. So command factories is my singleton, which really is just holding onto a map, and then has a constructor that constructs the default factories, and then the main program, which I already lost in my bookmark too. My main program, where are you? Will go through the thing, because it's a, what's that, register? Oh, right here. We are, this is a template, I think. Oh, no. This, hold on. How do I do this? Not peek, go to declaration, please. Yeah, so it's static. So this is a class method that uses the singleton to register a factory by its type. So there's really nothing to it. You just make a class, you make an instance of it, and you only make one instance. And then you can, like I said before, you can hide this by making, I could have done it this way. That's the same thing, only it's scoped within the class itself. It's still a singleton because there's one of it, and it's basically available globally. Yeah, singleton. And then, yeah, like I said before, there's other tricks like I'm doing here. Because it is a instance of the structure, its constructor gets run. So this basically gets run before your main function starts. And if you have more than one singleton, the order in which the constructors are called is sort of up to the implementation to figure out. You can't rely on any order. I could create multiple command factories, but it wouldn't make sense. I needed a singleton here as a single register. You use singletons a lot when you have registrars, like when you're registering a certain thing that's program-wide. So it doesn't really make sense to have more than one. I mean, you could. There's no hard and fast rule that says you have to have only one. It's just if you have more than one, then you can no longer really call it a singleton, can you? A singleton is one of those patterns that a lot of people don't really think is a real pattern because it's really just a fancy word for saying global variable. And by convention, there's only one of it. Okay, so anyway, I was explaining how the, what's this? Right. This sequence, every line here is a command that changes the game state, and every server has exactly the same copy of it. So no matter which instance I go to, it'll have its own game journal. It'll be always exact. It's called a journal because, like a journaling file system, you never change entries that have already been written, that are committed, that the entire cluster has stamped with saying, yeah, this is final. You're always writing to the end of the file in general. And it's a sequence. It's like commands for a state machine to change state. So if we started up a new server that had no cache, the first thing it would do is grab a copy of the journal from the rest of the cluster and then just execute these commands in order. And by the time it gets to the end, it will have caught up in its state, its database, etc. will be exactly the same as all the other servers. So most of the commands that I have in the game so far are creating new player, destroying player, changing the profile, logging in, logging out, and these no-op commands that happen whenever a leader is elected. This term number increments whenever the consensus algorithm, elects a new leader for the cluster. So every time I restart the cluster, or if the leader dies, or the leader gets stuck, and the rest of the cluster elects a new leader, you have one of these guys. So yeah, it looks like I've started it up about 20 times. Since I last blew away the database, so to speak. See, so let me know if you have any questions as I work. Here's a more detailed drawing of the actual game server's components. So when I am working, if I mention something like executor, that's this box here. If I mention the coordinator, it's up here. I do a lot of my work in the coordinator because it's sort of like a hub. Because messages come in from other servers, and they have to be either sent to Raft or sent to the journal directly. And a lot of things feed back to the coordinator in order to talk to the outside world. So if the entity component system does something that we want to give feedback to the user, that feedback has to go to the coordinator to send the message back to the client. So yeah, this is all available in my notes, and you can see if you're like, what is he talking about? Executor. You can come in here. You can see where it sort of sits in the server, and there's a little blurb about what it is here. So yeah, I try to make a plan every day, and I put it here in my notes. I also have a Trello. I'm gonna spam all my links this morning. So the Trello, I should have that booted up, but I don't. Shame on me. Let's boot up that Trello. So yesterday I worked on tracking which server each player is logged into. That took me several days. I finally finished that up, so we're going to archive that. And today, here's the plan. So it should match what I have here. Prevent multiple simultaneous logins, and then we're going to go through and find all the tests that I was lazy, and I made the test, but just marked it to do. I need to fill them in. And there's not quite a memory leak, but a cache that's not being cleaned out that I need to address. And then there are a couple bugs that I noticed that I kind of tacked on because they're somewhat related to the login system. Hey there, Fwiller. Shout out to Fwiller. He's a great artist here on Twitch, and I enjoyed watching him animate a Mario scene and another cartoon scene. So check out his stream sometime. So yeah, let's start work on disallowing multiple logins. So currently, if you log into the same account, you can have a lot of confusion in the system. The wrong message could be sent to the wrong client. You could continue to be logged in as a player who no longer exists. So fun times. So I have a lot of mechanisms in the system now to track which server and client you're logged in through. So my idea is every time any server commits an entry like this, it will go and see, well, is that user logged in anywhere else? If so, disconnect them. Sort of like what happens in World of Warcraft if you log in as a character, and then another screen, or another computer, you log in as that same character. The first connection, you get dropped. So I use test-driven development for back-end work. And specifically, I use Google Test. So you'll see me using plugins to VS Code and tools you might not be familiar. So I made a half-an-hour video that kind of walks through how you'd set something like this up. I use CMake to build, and that video talks about setting that up. And I also use Google Test, and I have, and it's not linked there, but I have an additional extension. Actually, I have an extensions command. Oh, and I'm dropping frames. I wonder if I have to reset my modem this morning. That would suck. I dropped 49 frames. Anyway, I have this plugin to VS Code that will run all my unit tests. And test-driven development is about writing a test first to demonstrate and document and all the requirements, what you expect the program to do. And for example, let's look in the auth here for login, a successful login. Oh, I guess I can't click that. I forgot. I always have to navigate down this way. Test, source, coordinator test, profile. Log out, or log in success, right? That's an auth, actually. Okay, so here's an example test case of what we expect to happen if a player tries to log in. So we arrange the thing we're testing. So we're adding a test. We're testing the coordinator. So all the other components in the system around it are mocked. And I have lots of helper functions. For example, add test user will set up a player record and tell the players component that we're going to just add them. So we get to hack, we get to shortcut as much as we want, as long as we don't go through or shortcut the actual thing we're testing. So we add a test user, then we go through the motions to set up the server as a leader, mobilize the server, and then we pretend that Raft says that we are now the leader of the cluster. Then we pretend that a new connection is coming in from a player, and we pretend that they do the right things to log in as Alex, right? So what we expect is this to happen, that the journal has a new entry added at the end that is a login command with Alex as the username, and that the player receives a message, which is that the login status is logged in. And then we also get a login token back. So before this feature existed, I would write this test, run the test would fail, and then I go fill in the code or fix the bug or whatever to make the test pass. Sometimes tests are new features, sometimes the tests reflect a bug that I fixed. What if the user loses the connection to one server and tries again to another server? Then it's whatever they logged in, whatever they connect to last. So they lose the connection, they try again to another server, they get to log in, and now they're not talking through a different server. Every server has the same state of the game, so it doesn't really matter which server you connect to. In fact, I'm hoping to leverage that to do some load balancing, and perhaps even make two clusters, one which is just the login servers and load balancer, and then the second set of servers, which is the real game. That'd be my path for scaling up if I need to. Yeah, all of them are synchronized. So here's 10's journal. 11's journal is exactly the same. If I were to show them side by side, they're exactly the same. One's in color, one's not, but you get the idea. So it doesn't matter if you lose your connection and talk to another server, you get to pick up where you left off. All right. So the test I think I'm going to add is in profile or auth. I've broken up the coordinator into little pieces. Oh, why am I in here? We don't need to see that. Go away. Right, the coordinator is broken up into several sections. Auth is for authentication, but I think profile is more appropriate. So I'm just going to add a new test that has to do with logging in when we're already logged in. So actually that... There we go. We can just copy this. Right, and there will be... Actually, it doesn't matter. A lot of these tests I will have where you log in, log out, for example, from the leader, or forwarded to the leader, or forwarded from the follower. I think in the case of a second login, it doesn't matter how it arrived. The point is that if a server sees someone log in, it should log out and disconnect them if they're connected elsewhere on that server. All right, so arrange, add the test user, mobilize as the leader, make a connection, login as Alex. So the test here was we're going to have another login. So let me change this to player 1, and then we'll add a player 2. And player 2 will also log in as Alex, and then what we'll see what we expect is... What do I expect to happen? I should see a log out in the journal. So you know what we can do is we can just loop through the journal entries. We can do it this way. And we can have a flag here to say whether or not we found it. So log out found. And at the end, we'll just expect it's true. All right, so this is the old stuff. Here's the new stuff here. I like to copy, paste, and change. It's maybe a bad habit, but a lot of the times it helps me from retyping a lot of extra stuff. Okay, so we'll say if entry dot. Sometimes you'll have a null command. Those we don't care about, so we'll just continue. Otherwise, we'll check to see if the that command's type is a logout. Yeah, logout, right? Then we will be logout found, true, and we'll be done searching if you find it. And I will then copy this kind of stuff here. Actually, I guess we only care about that it's Alex, right? Oh, there's another thing I care about. I can hack the player record to say what the client ID is, so we can give them different IDs. And then I can expect here that it's equal to 1. The 1 is logged out when 2 logs in. Client ID, right? And we should also check to make sure the server ID matches. Alright, so there's my test. I think that's good, so we build that, and when I run it, it should fail. If it doesn't fail, then I need to figure out, you know, what I did wrong in the test. It should fail in a way that I expect, which would be that right now they both get logged in or stay logged in. Why? Oh, I forgot to rename the test. So log in automatically logs out same player if already logged in. I have enormously long test names if you haven't noticed. By the way, if there's a lot of chat or if you think I missed your message, feel free to tag me with @Remu8354 just to make sure I see the message. Sometimes I don't see it. All right, let's run that test. Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to check anyway. I'm going to be changing it in a second anyway. But I expect to see my new test fail. There it is. It fails, that logout is found. So the logout command never happens. So in addition to the logout, I kind of want them to be disconnected. So there's a way that I have to check the number of connections. Let me find out where that was. It was a client. Here it is. So I can expect that there's only 1 instead of 2 down here. We can add that expectation here. Expect 1 client, right? Actually, that doesn't. Assert is a stronger check where if it fails, it will stop the test early. And so I really only use asserts if it doesn't make sense to continue the test. Run that again and see now both things fail. It fails because we don't get the log out, and also we have 2 clients connected instead of 1. All right, so let's make the change to the code. So it was mentioned yesterday, the people asked, how do I know where to go in my own code? It is getting big. My answer for now, which is kind of weak, is that I do have this diagram to remember how the pieces are connected and what the associations between components are. And sort of a, what would you call this? A dictionary of terms. But it really isn't good enough now that I'm getting more and more pieces. I really should be drawing sub-diagrams. Like, I probably should have a diagram showing the relationship between these different parts of the coordinator, for example. But so for now, I'm just sort of relying on memory. If I came back to this 6 months from now without working on it, it might take me a while to figure out like where logins are done to know where to make the changes to the code. If it seems magical right now that I know where to go, it's not. It's just that I sort of remember roughly where things are. I believe that was in profile. Log in executed. Oh, maybe not. It's either there or it's in auth. Log in executed. So this is when the executed means the command has been received and acknowledged by a majority of servers in the cluster. And that's important because if the leader were to die, a new leader has to have votes from the majority of the other servers that are in the cluster, and the other servers will only vote for a candidate if that candidate has at least as many log entries as itself. So if a command is given to the cluster and has not yet been received by a majority of servers, it's possible that if there's a leadership change at that moment, the new leader could say, hey, well, I never got that command. Here's a new command instead. And then basically the original command never happened. But once a majority of servers get the command, it's considered committed, and in my server, committed entries are executed by the executor. Executor calls us back to let us know that it was executed. So we're going to rely on the fact that it won't get undone. It's permanent. And commands can either succeed or fail now. This wasn't always the case. It was like, only a couple days ago I added this condition that logins can fail. If they fail, we have an error string. So that's why I have this broken up now, that a login could be successful or unsuccessful. So I think it's this unsuccessful login we want to do the additional checks. Right, and logins can happen from 3 places right now. You can log in through login. You can log in as a result of your account being created, and you can also log in through your password being reset. So here's on create player executed, and there's login executed, and there is reset password or set password executed. So I think that's it. Whenever this happens, right, this field says the player name is stored here once they've successfully authenticated. It's at this point I think we need to loop through all the other clients and hang them up if they were connected. Probably we should do it first, right? So let me think about this. I think we need to collect a list of clients. I'm going to end up calling a hang up client. Is it not in this module? No, it's in profile, I think. There's a bit of overlap between authentication and profile right now. Where was it? Was it in messaging? Oh, because it might not be an actual player. Hang up client, right. So it needs a WebSocket. So I think what we'll do is we'll just collect the WebSockets to clients that we want to hang up on in a set. Because if we just call hang up client, it ends up modifying the collection. One kind of rule in C++ standard collections is that you don't want to be iterating. Like if I'm going to iterate through like this, client in messaging clients, if I were to call hang up client.first, for example, I could do that, but the problem is this is iterating through a collection. This is modifying that collection. You can get into really bad problems. So one pattern I try to follow, if I'm going to be modifying the collection potentially in a loop that we're iterating through, is I break it up into 2 parts. So we'll make a set of the WebSockets. Where was that? I didn't pin down the, there it is. WebSocket, right? Set of WebSockets called clients to hang up. Hang up on? Probably horrible English. Make sure I have set included. Okay, I do. And then instead of hanging up on them, we would insert them in the set. And then this, basically duplicate the loop, and this becomes that. Client to hang up on, like this. And then we're not going to hang up on all clients. We only want to hang up on the ones that have that username, right? So we say if client.second.username is the username, then clients to hang up on insert client.first. Actually, I'm going to call this one client's entry because it makes more sense. Because an entry has both the key and value. So in C++, iterators and value types in a collection, the first means the key and the second is the value if it's a key value pair collection like this one is, which is a map, right? Key is the WebSocket. The value is the record of the value inside of the data inside that's of the map. Yeah. So, and the reason why I do that, if you're curious, I will sometimes cast return types to void to mark that this function actually does return something. It's returning a pair containing an iterator and a flag, just to let you know if the thing was inserted or not. And I don't care. I don't care. Because I just want it in that set, and then I'm going to iterate the set to hang up at that point. Hopefully that's all I need to do. You know what would be a smart thing to do? So make that its own function. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, so we're in auth. That's on successful login. So let me make a helper that does that. It just needs the username, right? So oh, thanks, Red. Do you like Red, or should I say the full name? Red Rampage Crumpet. I shouldn't presume that you're okay with just Red. Okay, this is a helper. Where should I put it? I don't know. Crumpet, okay. Crumpet it is. Let's put it here. So this will be hang up all clients with or player. Hey there, I play poker badly. I also play poker badly, as a matter of fact. Awesome name. Add an extra word at the front to get your name on Twitch. Oh, did someone else have Crumpet? Someone else had the name? Yeah, that's a problem. That's why I had to add a number to my name. Because Raimi was taken. I don't know why. Maybe it's just too small. Maybe it used to be someone's old name. I don't know. So disconnect any clients that are currently connected and have authenticated themselves as the player with the given name. And realistically, if this works, it'll only be one player, but might as well handle the general case where there might be more than one. Hang up on all of them, right? Param in username. This is the name of the player. This is the name of the player whose clients should be disconnected. Alright, whoops. Lost my cursor. Put it near a compute hash. Whoop. That was a IntelliSense fluke. Control click and you end up in like hell somewhere. I don't know why. for a while, IntelliSense was really screwed up for me, and I figured out how to reset it, by the way. If anyone ever has trouble with IntelliSense and VS Code, the secret to getting it back to sanity is you go to your app data, roaming, code, user, workspace, and you just delete everything there. And if you're cautious like me, the first time you do it, don't delete it, just rename it or make a copy. And that will blow away the cache. If we look at it here, we can actually see the cache. I believe it is this browse.vc.db, which is like a 125 megabyte file. I believe that's the database for IntelliSense. So blowing away that causes it to reconstruct IntelliSense, and a lot of, at least for me, it fixed my problem with IntelliSense being broken. All right. So this is where I want to store the code that I had made back in login executed, which is no, it was an unsuccessful login right here. So this code. So we want to call hang up clients for player username, and this code goes in there like that. Yes, I'm working on a 2D RPG. This is the back end of it. I can show you a little mock-up of what to expect. I mean, this is my first game. I'm not an artist. Crumpet here is a much better artist than I am, for example. Let me run the mock-up for you. Anyway, just keep in mind, I hope to make it better than this. This is just something I did in what am I doing? npm start, right? This is what I did in like a week. So we'll stop the normal cluster, and I will run. It's called Iron Glove, my prototype. So just like my main game, the prototype is also a server client, but it's a single player. So the server listens on a port, and as soon as the client connects to it, it starts a game. And just as soon as this boots up, I will show you what it looks like. You make crude splatterings of pixels. I can show you my Raimu art while we're waiting. Assets. Look at these assets. Actually, it's under public where it gets built. Here's my lovely sprite sheet so far. Look at that stunning Raimu art. So we have our hero here. Here's our ghosty. The bones that the ghosts spawn from. The axe that we can throw. Potion, food, treasure, wall, floor, exit. Exit. Stunning art. Oh yes. 3,000 is taken, so we need 3,001. So I suck at art. This is the best I could do. I hope to get better as I pick up tips and tricks from real artists. Still waiting, huh? Actually, you know what I should do? Make sure is I am running the correct branch of that thing. And I'm not. Let's check out master. Actually, let's wait for it to boot up. I was in a branch where I was showing a comparison between Pixie.js and Phaser. Maybe that's okay, we'll show that anyway. Taking a long time to boot up this morning. Okay, there we go. So this is two views of the game because I was trying to compare Pixie.js and Phaser. But it's got a primitive entity component system. The systems are all scripted in Lua right now, but I also have a version of them in C++ to compare the performance. And it's modeled after the hit Atari classic 1985 Gauntlet, where you have to navigate through a dungeon. You can have up to 4 players, and you can throw weapons or melee, and you pick up treasure. You can also pick up these potions, blast the enemies with them. Oh, that's a bug. I never removed my potion up there. And get to the exit and you win. So this kind of easy to do retro 2D pixel art is what I'm going to start with on my real game, just so that I can get something running pretty quick. And then I hope to either improve the art or improve the graphics some other way, like add particle systems. add different shaders, that kind of thing, to make it something you might want to play. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. This is my first game. Mostly doing this to learn. Learn best when I fail, so we'll fail a lot and we'll learn. Yeah, it's actually probably looks a bit better if I were to check out the master, which has just the Pixie.js at a slightly larger scale. Oh yeah, so I can show alongside this, if I reload, that all communication is over this WebSocket here. So you can see every time the view updates, we get a new message, a new JSON message from the server that includes the overall stats and also what sprites to change. And whenever I do a movement key, you'll see one of these messages that says what key I hit, or null if I release the movement key, right? So this is one reason why I like to use WebSockets, because you can see the data in both directions, and if I pick a format like JSON, it's super easy to debug. You literally can see every single message and pick any message and see the content, so it's really nice. Yeah, I have a couple links to follow up on to open source art, but my brother was trying to get me to just learn art and not have to rely on the free stuff. We'll see. Anyway, so I'm trying to do this on a much larger scale with multiplayer. So I keep this prototype around because to try out certain things like in the graphics or in the communication between server and client, because it's much, much faster to try things out here than it is in the full game. So yeah, there it goes. So I didn't run this to see if I fixed my test. Oh, look at that, it works. So that was quick. We should also test to make sure it works when we are logging in through a different server, right? Just for completeness. So that would be go to that same test framework. And in addition to this, we'll make a copy of the test that's slightly different. It will be, let's rename this one same server. And this one will be different server. Okay. So here I think it makes more sense for us to mobilize the server as a follower. So become follower of some other server, right? And then we'll log in as one player. And the act will be receive a message from the leader. Actually, what it'll be, we'll just simulate that the leader gave us a new log entry. How do I do that? I guess that's one of these tests that does from a two liter. No. Let me think about this. I think we just append the new journal entry, right? I have to go to one of these where I actually did this kind of a thing. Wowee, look who's here. It's Remy. I always get your name wrong. Remy. It's one of those. How's it going? I think this is what I want. I want to just do publish and then commit to simulate that it was received. Right? Yeah. So we'll make a new log in. Is that what I want? Log in? I want to find a test where I actually constructed one of these bad boys. How come there's no results in that file? I did it somewhere here. Okay, let's search. Closest as any American will get. Sounds good to me. Can't ask for more, I guess. Okay, here we go. So We have to do this whole thing about computing the hash. It's sort of an elaborate thing to do a login correctly. Actually, I guess I don't really need to, because we're not going to check it. No, we are going to check it. Yeah, it has to be a successful login, so we have to do the hash correctly. All right, so this whole thing here. Oh, this is not the test framework. This is actual code. That's why it looks so elaborate. Aha, here's what I want. I guess I need the hash as well. Okay. So the act is to pretend that Alex logged in through a different server. Okay, see ya, Crumpet. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Raimi. That's what I've been saying. I need to roll my R's or something. I don't have the accent quite right, I'm sure. Okay, the password is test user initial password. Username is Alex. Server ID will be 85, and it doesn't matter what I put here. 42! And I don't really care what the login token is, doesn't matter. This is all fine. And then we'll do two things. We do a publish commit event, and then we do a mock that we executed the command. The index is mock journal. Actually, I guess we have to look at it, right? Entry size, and then mock journal entries. This -1. And then no error means a successful login. Don't worry about rolling the R's. You're Dutch, you can't do that. I really don't know much about Dutch. The Dutch, I guess is what you'd say, right? Okay, so I have the same expectation. It should log out us. If I did this right. I think I did it right. Actually, if we're mocking the execution, that means I really don't have to fill in all this crap, right? I only have to fill in the things that the coordinator will care about, which is the username and the fact that it's a different server. So, yeah. Actually, let me think about this. It will really only care about that. I don't need to do any of this stuff. Just keep it simple, right? That should be enough to make the test pass. Incapable of properly pronouncing your own name? Uh-oh. It doesn't work. Log out found. It never happened. So, I'm actually not exactly sure why it fails, so I'm going to debug. That's where... Auth? Yes, so... breakpoint there. Run the debugger and see what happens. Okay. Oh, it's not logged in. Should have been. I screwed up. That first login should have logged him in. Right there. Okay, why didn't it work? Let's look at login execute. Oh, wait a minute. Because it's never executed. So I need to do that. I need to execute that up here. Right, the coordinator doesn't actually do the login, it's the executor, so we have to pretend that it's been done, and then it follows up and updates its records. Updates its records. That might be why it failed. Nope. There's an exception. Okay then. Did we get that far? Yes, we do. And what are our clients? I hate it when I try to click on it and it moves. Okay, still not logged in. So, doing something wrong. Debug to there and look at the journal, I think. Oh, right, it hits that twice. Okay, so we're actually probably okay. When it hits here the second time, it's probably actually logged in. Yeah, okay. So it should go through. It should insert that client's WebSocket and then hang it up. And oh, that's where we hit the exception. Right there. Is that because the client we need to find the client record again? Could that be why? That might be why. Because things move in the map, right? Actually, let me think about this. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. We shouldn't have a client record. Did I screw something up? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see that again. So the first login. I mean, it already failed before it got there? Oh. I screwed up. Yeah, wrong. I put it in the wrong place. Okay. It should be unsuccessful. No, not there. Right here. I want that one. This is the first login, and here's the second one. Okay, that shouldn't be. Unless we're doing the wrong index. Okay, maybe the test is screwing up. I think it's doing the wrong index. Okay, so let's fix that. This is what's kind of complicated sometimes when you're making unit tests is you have to simulate the rest of the system. So you still have to do the correct things in simulation. So if this isn't publishing the correct entry, we're in trouble. Let's see what it's doing. Get rid of that. One entry at that point. It never got to the rest. Never got to the second point. Why not? Okay, it's a login. Oh, there's an exception before that. Oh, does login publish it already? It might. Yes, it does. Okay, so this I don't want to do. It's publishing it twice and then logging itself back out again. It's just this one is never getting done. Okay, there are two. Here's the second command to log in. And why is that 0? Oh. Oh, that's right. I do need to fill in those in. Yeah. Because I have to actually say the server is the other server. And it doesn't matter what I put here. Actually, I think this might still fail. Now that I think about it. And I think I know why too. I think it gets to the executed one and it never goes in because of this line, or of this line. This is the first one. Hit go, and then it'll go to the second one. Yeah, it says it's not me, so I don't care. So this I don't want to do. Oh, thanks for the follow, Pablo59. I think I actually have to, if it's not an error, do the hang up at this point too. So something like this. If they logged into another server and there was no error, we will call that. I believe that's what I need to do to fix that problem. Actually, then I have to, all three places where this could be called, I need to do it, don't I? And that is not in auth, right? No, it is in auth. Auth is not like that. Oh, username. That is command username. Oh, I had that wrong. It should hang, there's only one client connection. It should go to 0. Down here. Oops. There we go. Compile, compile, run. No logout? No logout, no logout. Why would that be? It gets to that point, right? Hang up, client. Doesn't erase. Oh, but we're not the cluster leader. So it's going to do an announce. That's right. So instead of appending a logout, it does something different if it's a follower. It will send this message. Right, so I need to expect that message instead of the logout command. Yep. So instead of this, so we still expect that to happen, but we also expect the this message to be sent. Actually, I need to have a peer connection to verify that. So we'll just copy it from the other test. So if we simulate that the leader connects to us, and we should just do that before we become a follower. So we simulate a connection from server 85 so that we can say that we check to make sure that we send server 85 a message saying we have no clients connected. Oh, right. At the end of the setup, we need to tell the peer to reset their receiver because they will have received that first login. Actually, when it became a follower, it will send it a message. Yeah. There we go. So, problem is that the code I had to put in here will only work for login. This one. No. That auth on login executed? Right, so this I need to do from 2 other places, so I should have 2 other tests that do this. Oh, what a pain. So it's this twice more, so instead of login, it's set password. Reset password. Automatically logs out the same player if already logged into a different server. If it happens on a different server. So instead of login, no, wait a minute. Right, okay, it's only slightly different. Instead of the login command, it's a set password command. Actually, that's the only thing I need to do, right? So basically, if you log into this server, and then from this server you reset your password, it should reset password automatically logs you into that server, so you should be logged out of that one. Yeah, so it doesn't work because I need to copy this little bit of code into on set password executed in the same place. All right, and then one more. The third way you could log in, which is, oh wait a minute, the third way doesn't matter. The third way was create a player. You can't create a player if you already are logged in. So we're done. We're done with that part. Done with something, so we check in. Okay, there we go. So automatically log out player on second login. Okay. Next was what? So we're done with this. We don't allow this anymore by disconnecting the first client. Shoot. We were doing it, now it's done. I'm going to save this one for last, actually. I'd rather do some of these because they're easier. Let me do that next to last. Let's do this one next. So right now, you can change your name. I don't know why it says simultaneously. Let's clean this up. If player changes their name to one already in use, that player's record, the record of the player using that name is destroyed. That is a bug right now. Let's fix that. So a test case for that would be, oh, did I say thank you for the follow, Pablo? I probably did. Chat hasn't moved in 7 minutes, and so it makes me think I missed something. Okay. Thank you, playing with scissors. All right. Yes, I'm using Yada, by the way, which is a Twitch chat client written by Hideo, who's in Adam13531's community. And I have it set to make a little pop sound when someone chats, so it grabs my attention, but it doesn't always work. Like sometimes the sound doesn't happen or I don't notice it. Okay. You don't have to announce that you're lurking. That's more for like if you were talking and then you're not going to be talking much, you can go lurk. Because by saying the lurk command, you have to temporarily unlurk yourself. I should have the bot like chastise you. You said you were no, I'm just kidding. Okay, it's a test case for changing your profile, right? So I probably have a test case near here. Why did? Oh, not in the test framework. This one should be a test for changing our name. Username change. Here we go. Oh, thanks for the follow in Code Games. Actually, now that I think of it, the coordinator really isn't in charge of declaring that the username change succeeds or not. We already have a test case for failure, so really I need to move one layer down and fix it at the executor level. Actually, I recognize in Code Games. You're from Adam Siunas' stream, I think. I've seen you. Or similar stream. Welcome. Okay, so yeah. The executor is where I want to test this, right? Something tells me that you're also a streamer in Code Games. Were you the one who was streaming a bit and was going to get back into it? I can't remember. I like to give shout outs to streamers. If you're a streamer, I'll give you a shout out. You can talk about what you're doing on stream. We can watch you too. There are a lot of people I see in science and tech who are like either also streamers or are sometimes streamers, and I'm trying to keep track of who's who. Hey there, Tim. How's it going? Tim is definitely a streamer here on Twitch that you should watch. He's working on his own game engine in C++, believe it or not, and he has a cool racing game that he's working on with rockets and everything. So check out his stream sometime. I'm right now fixing a bug where you can change your name and overwrite someone else's profile, which is pretty bad. I think this is where I want to insert the test. No, let's just change profile. Where's rename user? Do I not have? Oh, here it is. In fact, it's to do. I already have a place for it. Player creation, and that's player creation. We also want to do that, right? That was on my list here. Let's do that first, since I already found the place where we want to do it. Don't allow create player to use a name already in use. So that's this test case that I need to implement. There we go. Yeah, we're doing tests. Test-driven development, my man. TDD for the win. So I'm describing the test case here. We create a player Alice. Oh, I need to already have another player. So didn't I have something like create, add test user or something? No, that was for the coordinators. For the executor is different. What's this one for? Oh, that's also marked to do. What's this already logged in business? Oh, right. If you try to use the create player command and the player is already logged in, we need to disallow that. Tim-driven development. Yeah, that's what you can do because your name is Tim. And Tim is an awesome name. I cannot do that. It would be RDD for me. Raimu-driven development. Okay, what was I? Oh, I'm looking for something else that does multiple logins. I don't have to think of how to do it. I can just copy. Oh, here we go. Already logged. Oh, that's marked to do. I guess I'll just do it from scratch. Right, so I think all I need to do actually is make 2 of these. And I can just reuse that if I make that not const. So make Alice. And this is technically the act right here. I'll publish this one first, why not? So we make Alice, and then we try to make Alice again, and it should fail. So expect false. And let's make the email different here. So this is also Alice. Do you have dashes in email addresses? I don't know. I know you can have dots. So basically make sure that this doesn't overwrite that account by making sure that the email stays the same as how we originally created it, and we expect false for the error being empty. That's the test. Well, it's moving this move is moving the command into the journal entry, but here we're moving another command. This is making a new one. So these are 2 different entries really. Published makes a copy of the entry. So this is really just a temporary that we're using as a vehicle to give it to the mock journal. That's 2 different entries. Just not space, right? Anyway, this should fail in executor test. There we go. See the failure. The failure is that it overrode it. Yeah. It's reusing the same variable. You know what? One cool thing about VS Code is that as I do that, you can see the highlight showing that it's exactly the same characters up there. I like that. I don't even remember. Was that something in Visual Studio itself? I like that though. All right, so executor. Executor. on create player, actually, this is where we want to be. So right now it blindly adds the player. Instead, we want to make sure that the player doesn't already exist. So if players is registered, command.username, we're going to have an error. We're going to return some error. Name taken. Sounds good to me. Actually, I can actually expect that exact string here. Right? Why not? Why not expect the exact same string? It's not in VS, at least not with the, see, that's the thing. There's extensions for everything, right? So there could be an extension that does it. Oops, I missed a bracket. Indeed. There we go. Okay, hopefully that fixes the test. Yay! We cannot overwrite other people's records by trying to take their names. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. So this is what I like to see, where the test isn't too bad. It fits in a page, and then the actual code is really simple. Because it really was a bug. Fix bug in allowing players to destroy each other. We don't want them to destroy each other. They can kill each other's characters, fine, but not their player records. I haven't tried VS 2019 either. I'm still on 2017, as you can see. And I'm also still on C++ 11. But I've heard a lot of good things about C++ 20. They're adding a bunch of cool things. What was one of them? Contracts. That was it. Contracts. What was the other thing that I heard that was really cool? Actually, I had it on Discord. Do I still have Discord running? Yeah. Let me look this up. I can link to it. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't it. Ah, here we go. Let me link this. Hideo linked this the other day. So, C++ 20 has modules, coroutines, concepts, contracts, ranges, operator. I guess that's the actually, I'm not sure. Is that as a tertiary operator of some kind? Const expert everywhere, standard span, atomic ref. It'll be huge in a good way. So there you go. We should all be trying to pick up C++ 20 for all the cool things. UFO? Where? Where's the UFO? I didn't see it. Oh, UFO operator. I get it. That's the official name? Nice. All right. So anyway, that was that. Next is fix if so we don't allow. This is similar to this one, only it's in rename. So similar kind of thing. I thought I had a change player, but maybe not. Well, anyway, it would be the closest would be change profile. Change profile. Here we go. Actually, here's a good one. Change profile wrong server client. Okay, that wasn't even implemented. Grr. That's on my list of things to do today, is to fix that. We shouldn't have all those to-do tests. Okay, change profile. Let's say change profile failure name taken. Oh, STL is getting time and date stuff? That's good. Because we still have to go to C for that stuff, right? You know what was one of my favorite things they added to C++ was thread. Before they added thread, you know how painful it was to make multi-threaded programming in C++? You had to go to either pthreads or Windows threads or whatever OS you're on, and or you'd use Boost or something like that, and it was just a pain in the butt. Now it's built into the standard library. So nice. Okay, so create player Alice, and then we set up a change, and we're going to change the username to Bob. Actually, it means I need to have a Bob, doesn't it? You do. You do what? You do something that I said. I see. I don't remember what it was. This lag is sort of a killer sometimes. Oh yeah, VS Code is pretty cool. But really the only reason I'm using VS Code is so that I can jump onto Linux and Mac and have the same experience. Otherwise, I would still say Visual Studio is my favorite. Okay, I think we're going to do the same thing, right? We're going to create 2 accounts. So make 2 accounts here. So we're going to reuse the create player variable. Just reassign it here, and we don't need a second journal entry. We reuse that. So we'll have Alice is now Bob. So now there's both an Alice and a Bob. Alice tries to change their name to Bob. It should fail. We should get name taken. These are just tokens. I don't want to put full error messages because of internationalization. So this token will get looked up in a table depending on language and converted into a more correct for your locale error message. And then we want to make sure that Bob is not destroyed. So how do I do that? I guess we say expect true. Players is registered. Actually, let's just check for both Alice and Bob still registered. There we go. Still use VS1 on Windows because it rocks. Yeah, the debugger is like best in class as far as I'm concerned. The other thing that they added in C++, which was cool, was atomics. Before that, you had to, again, depending on the compiler or depending on the OS, the way you do atomic operations was different. Okay, run the test. Test should fail, right? Where is my test? Here it is. Fails. Alice is no longer registered. Bob is now Alice. Not good. I think the fix will be pretty much the same, though. We just do this. And we just do it in the code where we change the profile. I guess that's here, right? But it's a little bit more complicated. It has to be that if command.changes has username and a player with that name is already registered. So it's... Oh, I got bits. Thank you for the bits, Playing with Scissors. Love those bits. Yummy, yummy bits. Command changes username. Then, name taken. Yeah, you got unlurked by cheering. String view I don't know of. Should I be looking that up? Things I don't know of make me think I could be using them in places to make my code simpler. I'll have to look up string view at some point. Bit set I don't know either. All these things I don't know. Is vector bool some joke? You know where I've seen vector bool? It's the name of the guy who makes the it makes the one of these plugins. Yeah, CMake Tools is made by Vector Bool. I think it's a joke because it used to be controversial to make vectors of bools because vector implies that every element is in a different address, but a bool is a single bit. And bits generally don't have their own addresses unless you pad them to the nearest address boundary, which is usually a byte. So people tried to make optimized vector bool vectors for bools by grouping eight elements up together and doing some absurd logic to make sure that all the other semantics of vector still worked. That might be the joke. Then again, maybe I'm not in on the joke. I don't know. Span will be the same as string view for generic. See, I don't even know string view. So, sounds cool to me. Don't know what either one of them are. They're probably cool. A lot of the things that they add to languages are syntactic sugar, right? They're just better or cleaner or clearer ways of doing what you already can do. Vectorable will do bit array, so it's a special instantiation of vector. Huh. I did not know. Well, actually, that's not surprising. Actually, isn't that what Boost did? Anyway, enough speculation. Must work. Cool. So we're done with that. We no longer allow you to use a name either by changing your name or creating a new one if that name's already taken. All right, check that in. You explain what the bit array is completely true, how it doesn't work as expected. It was an experiment that failed. Yeah, I would assume it didn't work because it's difficult to have every element have its own address when they are packed into a, you know, if they're packed without padding. Oh, so it just works funny? Yeah, I would just say use a vector of bytes or something. And because bytes can still be truthy, right? Either 0 or not 0. Okay, check in. Do not allow player rename to a name already taken. One thing I haven't thought about too much is if you delete your account, should the name be reserved in case you want to restore your account later? I wonder if I should add that. There's some GDPR implications there too. Like, I think I have that in here. I have that in here somewhere. Okay, we need to have a player, we need to give the player a way to request all their personal information. That's part of GDPR, right? But there was another one, like, they should be able to destroy all trace of themselves. I thought I had that in here. Oh, I should add that. So, provide a means of removing all trace of a player's personal information, right? Probably what that would entail, I need to look this up, is if the player name is not considered personal information, then we could just hold the player name in reserve and just wipe out all the data in it and all trace of what the data was. So I guess we would drop the player name too. Yeah, so this is pretty straightforward actually. I'm a noob when it comes to GDPR. I need to read through it. But I'm pretty sure we need to do this. This is game state, right? And we need to put it near the other one. Did I tag that with a different tag? Whoops. Interface. Oh, sure, we can tag it with interface. I'm using this Trello for now, but probably will end up moving to Jira for more serious stuff. Okay, take care, Tim. Enjoy your day. Bug found did an ultra-fast file search experiment where you use stuff from standard PMR namespace. Allows you to allocate memory really fast many times for a dedicated buffer and then do a single free. Yeah, I usually just roll my own memory manager when it comes to that, right? Use placement new and all that good stuff. I don't know about PMR though. I don't know it, so I'm gonna note it. People about 17. Okay, there we go. All right, so cleanup player server context. That's an internal thing. There's no observable side effect for that, right? I can make a backdoor for that. That would be like the best place for that would be when we destroy a player record. So, where do we put this? Where do we put this? Actually, do we use, let me look at where we use this. Player server context. Oh, I already have it. I already have the backdoor. Oh, but it will create, because it's a map, it'll create the record if it didn't exist. Okay, successful login will reset your bad login count. Unsuccessful login will increment your bad login count and set the last login attempt time. And trigger that you need a reCAPTCHA. If you're registered, we'll look up your context to see if we need to have... Actually, this is if you try to log in too quickly, it will... What is this again? If you logged in, if you had a bad login and you log in too quickly again, it hangs up on you. That's to prevent being attacked, DOS attack. And this is for what reason? I don't know. That looks stale to me. Stale code. Gone. Ruthlessly kill stale code. Right, if we needed a CAPTCHA, we try to verify it. Okay, cool. So this context thing will only be used if it's a verified account. I mean, that the account exists. So that's good. So by just removing it from the map when we delete a player, that's all we need to do to keep it from holding stale information. Right? Let me think. Is it auth? I don't want to do this stuff. Or profile. Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll combine it with this successful deletion. That's what I'll do. I'll just add another assertion here. No need for, we'll just piggyback in this test. No need to make another test. So we assume that the account was deleted. The player is told about it. And we will get the players. Oh, this will create it. Let's make another backdoor. Get players server contexts. And then we will assume that it is a map, right? Bookmark that so I don't lose my place. Here it is. Right, so we're going to add the backdoor. Get player server context. Get player server contexts. Yeah, we can get it's a backdoor, so we can give them a reference. Why not? Actually, let's just make it const. Return the ephemeral information currently held by the server for all players. All players is returned. Don't I have a note about this being only for testing? Oh yeah, all methods below are only for testing and may be removed during compilation of any production build. Yes. So here we'll just do an expect true that if we search for Alex, we won't find it, right? That could be one line, why not? There we go. So this should fail right now. Actually, it's not going to link. Because I declared it and I didn't define it. This one. Define it, please. Return, import, profile, player server context, done. Okay, where did that get added? Oh, that's interesting. It's missing. Refresh, please. There it is. Let's just run them all. When in doubt, run them all. File. Oh, interesting. We got multiple failures. Did I break something? I did break something. Look at that. Well, let me fix the one we were just doing. This one, right? So it's still in the list. So that would be profile on delete account executed. Destroy player executed. There we go. If it succeeds, we do that, but we also will do this. So player server context erase command username. Interesting that it's in the command. Sort of redundant for it to be in the command because it's also there, but I guess that's fine. Fixed. Okay, let me check that in and I'll fix these broken tests. Broke something. That goes in. That goes in with it. Let's just check that in separate. Coordinator. Add test method to access ephemeral state. I have a feeling I'm misspelling that. That's okay. This is remove dead code. Dead code. Dead code is code you can remove without breaking anything. You're right. This is the feature. So, fix bug in not clearing ephemeral state for destroyed player. That's too big. So break it up. Break it up, people. Fix ephemeral state bug. Okay. Let me push that. So what's going on here with these broken tests? All in profile? Current players sent on client hang up for follower. And it's just breaking. I don't suppose I can see where it's breaking. Yeah. Actually, you know what I can do? I think if I check that, I'll see it. Retry. Aha! It broke here. Why did it break there? Oh, wait a minute. If this removes records, it's not safe to do that, is it? I didn't think about that. Actually, no, it's okay, because we're always going to return. So that's not the problem. Yeah, why would that be a problem? I don't know. Current players send on client hang up. Client hasn't hung up yet though. This is all in the setup. Oh, it's because I have redundant publishes. Shoot. Yeah, I don't need to do this anymore. That's the problem. There's your problem. Test is bad. Probably this one too. Current players sent to. Probably has, yep, there's a publish after a login. Because login does the publish, so we're redundant publish, second publish forks things up. Logout appended. Probably the same thing. Yeah, look at that. Alright, fixed. No more problem, right? Let's run everything while I formulate the commit. Oops, sorry about that. Got to mute my phone. All right. Okay, fix broken tests. Log in. Let's be clear about this. Log in tells the mock executor to publish the login command. So publishing it and publishing it a second time is erroneous, causing the coordinator to drop the client that is being logged in. Just to protect that from happening. That's a broken expectation. Executor should not do that, so the mock executor should not do that either. All right, I'm done with that. Done with that card. So now I'm on to filling in all the missing tests that have been accumulating in the code base. So it's that time of the day where we do a search to do. And look at all the stuff that Google Test needs to do. Those guys are so lazy. Anyway, can I say exclude G-test? Google Test. So it's just my stuff. Okay, not Raft, not the code smell. We'll let that smell some more. Right, I need to do that eventually. But that's not a test. Think about that, doing that later. Okay, here's a test that hasn't been written yet. Do not allow two set password commands, same token. Right, so if you get a password reset, you shouldn't be able to use it twice. So let me look at the code, actually. What does it do when you set your password? Reset your password. That is here. I think it's auth. Yeah, on set password here. This overload. Hey there, Steve. How's it going? I've seen you in quite a few channels. Okay. Yeah, I'm filling in missing tests right now for my server. So, for example, this use case where you use your password reset token twice in a row. We want to make sure that's not allowed. So we come in here. They are registered to have a token. The password's good. Set password, or it's forwarded. So set password. I think we delegate to the executor. We formulate a set password command, and so it's the executor's problem now. So it's on set password. We have to look and see, does this change, does this reset? This does clear it. Okay, so it should already work. We just need to have a formal test for it. So the test, it's all delegated to players, so we can do it in players tests to be easy. That means I don't really need that test back here in profile. Or where was it? Wherever that to-do was. This one. We don't need this one at all. We'll move that essentially to players' desks. To wherever close by to wherever we set password. Yeah, we'll put it here. So this is do not allow to set password same token. Got it. You losing a lot of frames because your stupid internet? I'm sorry. I've lost 58 frames. I noticed I lost like 50 frames in one burst like an hour or so ago, and then I guess I've lost 8 frames here and there between them. But okay, hope your internet gets better playing with scissors. Yeah, Steve, I think it's because, you know, what's the saying? Great minds think alike? I don't know. I think the communities tend to kind of shift around together. People will recommend, there's like shout outs between different Twitch streams, and then people will kind of start to collect in the same streams over time. First time you see me code in C++, how's IntelliSense support? It's okay, but there was one thing I had to figure out, which is when IntelliSense is not perfect and it gets screwed up. And here's a tip. If your IntelliSense starts to give you errors, which will be like pop-ups saying like the language server crashed too many times, go to your app data, roaming, code, user, workspace storage, and just blow everything away. Or if you're nervous, you can just make a copy of it like I did. And what I found is inside here, in there's a browse VCDB where the IntelliSense cache is kept in the database. You blow it away and you force it to rebuild it, it'll pretty much fix it. But yeah, it's pretty good. I can hover over something and it tells me the name, and if it has a comment, a Doxygen style comment, it'll show me there. I can also control click to go to the definition. I can go to declaration if I want. It's pretty solid. And the autocomplete works pretty well, so I can say players dot, and I get all my methods and properties and stuff. It's pretty good. It's the same problem with language servers. I think it has the same problem with and of the language servers. Oh, with any of the language servers, I see. Yeah, it's some kind of bug, right? But it only happens occasionally. Yeah, the IntelliSense is pretty good. And to be fair, I don't know if it's VS Code or if it's in the C++ plugin, which is, I guess, also from Microsoft, but it's, I think, from a different team. They say language service, so I don't know. Maybe it comes from this plugin and not VS Code itself. Okay. Right, so we're going to basically try to do this, but do it twice, and it should fail the second time. So set the password reset token to Pepe, and then try to set the password with... Actually, you know what I need? Actually, I don't need to do this, right? Oh no, wait a minute. What, the check isn't done in player, right? Lost players? Players. It doesn't check to see if it matches that. Okay, so we need an executor test as well, because that check is done here. Actually, I already have a test for that. So we really only need to verify it's cleared, which means I don't even really need another test. I just need to make sure it's cleared, which I already do. So I don't need to do anything. Isn't that funny? Oh, I'm being raided by Mike. Thanks for the host, Mike. Or raid. How was your stream? You're ending early. You going to take a lunch break or something? Mike is one of the most dedicated Twitch streamers I've seen. He sometimes will stream for 12 hours a day when he's working on a release of something. But he has... Oh, I just recommended Stream Elements. Don't go there. Stream Elements sucks. Let me shout out the correct person. Check out Mike's stream. 12, lowballing it. I'm not sure what you mean, but Mike works on a game called Thrusty Ship. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I have streamed it a few times. It's on Steam, and also there's a free demo. And he's also working on a few other games, so he's very prolific game dev on Twitch. Okay, I did not need that at all, right? So remove unneeded test. And that doesn't need to be that. So let's say Y. Okay. We don't need coordinator to do anything special about a player trying to use the same password reset token twice, because the executor already checks the token and players clears it whenever it's used. So that's the reason why I don't need to do that test. Oh, 12 hours is lowballing it. I see. Yes, that is true. Okay. Well, hopefully everything's going okay with you, Mike. Have a good day. Having family to deal with sounds ominous, but maybe it's just family lunch or something. Hope to see you again soon. So that was one to-do down. How many more do I have? Bad reCAPTCHA value. I think this already works. We just need a test for it. I think it's for create player, right? So really I should say create player. Bad reCAPTCHA value. Okay, so what happens here? I don't think I actually care about this stuff. We'll trim this away. We start the server as a leader of the cluster. We make a connection. We have the password they're going to use. I don't care about this. They register as Bob, and their reCAPTCHA is something. We assert that there was a request made, that it looks good, and then we will do a how do I... Right, so instead of saying success, we'll say success true. Instead of success true, success false. So what do we expect to happen? It should not append anything to the log, correct? So a quick check for that would be to record the number of journal entries. Journal entries before. Mock journal. It's getting kind of slow there. Kind of getting making me nervous. Okay, entries size, right? So I'm going to use it down here. Make sure it's the same, right? So no entry was appended. So none of this happened. Instead, we should expect that the player got a message back saying bad CAPTCHA or something. I think that's what I was doing here. Only there's a easier to read form of that somewhere else. Right, like this. That's what I expect to see. So player expects one message, I guess, and we expect... Why is that errored out? Oh, because that's not true. It's not status logged in. I think it's bad CAPTCHA, but let me verify. That was in profile or auth? I can't remember. What's this? Catch 2 test adapter? Oh, navigate to source code. That's the button I want. So what, did they add it 13 days ago? How come I don't have the latest? Yeah, I have 2.3.20. How come it doesn't work for me? Maybe mine is screwed up. Yeah, I don't get the browse to code button. I only have the run tests and debug this test. I don't have the browse to code for some reason. It's probably my fault. Probably misconfigured it. Okay, maybe it's an auth. No, I am pretty sure it's in profile. Yes, here it is. So there's a CAPTCHA check, and on failure, it sends. Okay, it just sends bad password. Is that what we want? Bad password. Let's change that. Actually, that might reveal too much information. Let's make it bad password. Bad password expected and sent. Yeah, I'll have to research that. Let me take your link and record it for later, because maybe that'll help me track down why I don't have that button. All right, so this should already work. So I'm just going to rerun that one test. Oh no, it was a new test. Okay, well it works. We get a bad password if the reCAPTCHA fails. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's maybe some configuration item I need to go through all the items and check. One thing they did, I don't know why, but now when you open the settings in JSON, it doesn't show you the other pane of what the defaults are, which is annoying. It used to have like a search bar and everything. I guess I could use these settings non-JSON. Why do they have user settings and settings? What's the difference? Same thing. Okay. So I could do catch to. So I could do it this way. I hate this. I wish I had the JSON equivalent of this. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if it has to do. How do I see this? Wonder if it has to do with this pattern I did. Maybe that's screwing it up. I had to tweak this pattern a little bit to make it more efficient. Yeah, but those are the only two things I set. I don't know. It don't work. It don't want to work. Okay, we're done with that to do. So next to do. Create new player, username already taken. I already wrote a test for that. Didn't I? Yeah, didn't. Oh, wait, no. That is delegated down. So this is not another one of those things where we don't need to check it at this level. Right? Okay, I should be checking these in separate. Let me check this hunk in first. Remove another unnecessary test. This is also something that the executor handles for us. All right. There is an edit in settings JSON at the bottom of the UI. Yeah, but I'm used to the old way. Okay, so that's the bottom, right? I was looking at that, right? And it has this edit. Do you mean this one? Edit in settings? So it just brings me back here, but I like to have the side by side showing a searchable set of the defaults and on the right what my settings were. And either they changed that or I've screwed things up. There's this pencil thing now, which I think is lame because I could just go here and do autocomplete, right? So I like that much better. Click in the left margin. You mean this left margin? Sorry about the delay. But I just missed the side by side. Like seeing the defaults in JSON. They removed that for some reason. Or I broke something. Okay, let's check in here. Fill in missing test or bad captcha during registration. Okay, next to do. Current players sent on leadership change. Okay. I think I already have a test for that. Oh no, I have one for if it's sent if we hang up a follower. So we also want to send it if we become a follower and the leadership changed. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally make 2 tests for that. Hang up follower. Forwarded from follower. Sent to new... Oh, this is it. Yeah, so we already have a test for it. Sent to new leader. So that's redundant then. This is redundant. Remove redundant test. The other test is this one. Okay, next. Expand, please. Enhance. Zoom. Non-admins should not be able to subscribe to cluster status. Okay, that's valid. So, where's the subscribe to cluster status? Subscribe to cluster. Where is that actually done? Is that not the way it's spelled? Maybe it's without the 2. I don't know. Is that auth admin? Don't mind sharing complete settings. You could try your installation. Is there anything personal in there? I guess if there is, then I've already leaked it. There isn't. So, what's the most stylish way to do this? Gist, I guess. Actually, I might already have a gist for this. Where are my gists? My gists. I guess I'll make a new one. My VS Code settings. I don't know what the file name is, but there it is. Create public gist. There we go. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you, Bugfound. I appreciate that. You don't have to do anything, by the way. It's only if you really want to. Okay. I should clean that up, right? Those test keys being all there. Okay, somewhere I tested subscribing to cluster state. Maybe that was in Raft. That's where it should go, actually. And that's where that to do was. So it must be around here somewhere. Cluster state? There's get. Where is it? Yeah, isn't that funny how that delay works? I can type from the future when I type in chat. From the future. I time travel about, I don't know, what is it, 10 seconds? Back to the past to give you chat messages before I say them. Okay, Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's different. It's different. There's got to be a subscribe here. What happened? Oh, wait a minute. I know why. This doesn't go here anymore. That doesn't go here. There's a special subs where I did all this stuff. That's right. Client subscribes to, so it goes here. Non-admin should not be able to subscribe. So it's the same thing here, only they're not an admin. And that is subs. Tasty subs. This is the old way to do it. Let me clean this up. So the new way is to have an auto client equals make, what is it? I already forgot. Add connection. And then it is a public connection. And it's client send text message. And it's that without the 2 encoding. And then I don't need that. Right? Only that really goes down there. And this goes here. Because that does that waiting a loop for me. Right there, yeah. That's much cleaner. So add a new connection and then try to subscribe, and it should not be subscribed, right? False. All right. Oh. Oh no. They can subscribe even though they're not admin. Oh wait a minute, no, they're not connected. Oh, do we hang up on them if they try to subscribe and they're not an admin? Because why? Because it's an admin message handler? Okay. Yeah, so what happens if they... Let me look this up. When is that... Whoops, that's wrong. That's right. Okay, so here. Ah, we get that and they get hung up on. Okay, so maybe I don't really need a specific test for this. It can really just be non-admins should not be able to call an admin command, and that really should belong in our messages. Maybe I already have something like that. Non-admin. Something admin related. No? I think I'm going to move it there, though. Because it's really not subs related, it's really messaging related. Let's move it down here to the end. It is messaging. Non-admins should not be able to use admin to send admin. Not able. Should not be. Not admins should be disconnected on admin message. If admin message, if they send an admin message, yeah, there we go. You still have the button? Yeah, so show you guys the button that I want to see that I don't have. Apparently it's you have to be on bug founds level to get. It's that little button there. I wants it. I needs it. And I don't got it. I just have these other 2 buttons. Something wrong. I wonder if it's language specific. Are you in C++ or C, or are you in a different language? I was thinking about that the other day. It could be that it's only certain languages have that. Oh, but you're looking at my Raft code, so yeah. Who knows? Maybe I need to look at my global. Do I have global settings? Or are there workspace settings? How do I open workspace settings in JSON? I don't know. Ooh, what's this? Okay, so I do have a workspace settings files, but it's just files associations. The little brackets button. Oh, okay. They added something there, you're saying. Brackets button? This one? Ah, I see. Gotcha. Right, so here are my user settings, which are in that gist. Got it. Okay. Split editor right. Yeah, that's just splitting it. Okay. Who knows? Maybe it's just me. I'm cursed. That image should be disconnected. Okay, so it doesn't matter what I send. This will go to 0, right? And that's that. We can make that an expect and just call it a day. That moves to messaging. Non-admin should be disconnected on an admin command. There we go. All right, so yeah, it was worth a try. Thank you. Okay. Executor tests. All right, so there's a bunch of checks that we need to have that make sure the executor does the right thing. So recover the configuration backup on start if the configuration is missing. Let's see if there's a similar test on startup. I don't know. I don't see one. So let's bookmark that and remove my old bookmarks. Okay, because I want to look at the setup. So we write it. So what I want to do in the test is basically rename it to be the backup and make sure that it gets restored from backup. So that would be something like a rename. Where do we do a move? It would be something like, well, I could actually just try it in the test. So it's move this one, right? To the name of this one here. Get path. No, get name. Is it get path? I don't remember. Let me look this up. So move. It is get path. Okay. So we basically just move it to the backup file and then try to mobilize, right? That's arrange. Act is mobilize. And assert. What do I expect to happen? It should be restored, right? So does move actually change the name of the file? It does. So I don't want to do that. I want to make a new file. Moved configuration file. I'm gonna have to take a break in a few minutes. Actually, probably it's a good time to break right in the middle of my stream, right? I go 2 hours, I should take a break, come back for another 2 hours. That's about right. So it's this path. And then we'll use that one there. Okay, so I don't fudge that one up anymore. And then we're going to assert that this file exists now. Is existing. That's really all I care about, right? Recover, it's recovered. I guess I should just read it to make sure. Or we'll do the same thing. That stores something in answer 42, right? So it's like this, only it's 42. There we go. This is an important thing to test, right? We want to make sure that we can recover our configuration if it gets missing. I think it ran. Recover backup. Yeah, it works. Let me see it work, actually. I'm curious. It's been a while since I wrote this. So mobilize goes in here, which takes a while to step into. And then it goes into that load configuration. It tries to read it. It is invalid, so then its backup file exists, so it destroys the old file in case it was garbage. Then tries to copy the file to copy the backup to the original, which succeeds. Then it reads it again, and it is not invalid, so it then sets it. So yeah, I did write the code, I just never bothered to write the test. Cool. Test implemented. I'm just going to look and see what I'm going to do. So I have 8 more tests to do. And I think I'm actually finished before. That won't take 2 hours to do, so I'll have to find some more work to do. Bonus time. But I need to take a quick break. I'll take a quick break and I'm going to come back and I'm going to be working on this, implementing this test. So I'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. Or if you go somewhere, come back in a few minutes. Hello. I'm back. Player creation already logged in. I think they're all. I think a lot of these are the same. So a lot of these commands you don't want to do with the wrong server client IDs, or you don't want to do if you're already logged in. So let me think if I can just take one of these tests up here. Yes. Oh, it's right. It's slightly different, right? We create the player Alice, and then we try to... Okay, this is important, right? If they're already logged in, we don't want them to pick, even if they try to pick a different name, right? I need to make this very specific, right? Create player has to have some kind of server ID, some kind of client ID, and that has to exactly match. I think also it goes in the record too. Yes. Client. Now that I think about it, it is kind of redundant. But anyway, the idea is that if you try to do the same thing here, it should not, even if you pick a name that's not taken, it should not create an account. So we should say expect false players is registered Bob. Bobo. But then the error is a different error. Already logged in. So I think I did not implement this, so this should fail. It should fail for a change, as opposed to these other tests that just kind of worked right away. Right, so it allows you to create an account and with the same connection create another account, which is ambiguous about, like, is Alice still logged in? We don't know. So we'll have the executor handle that on create player. So what we'll do here is before it does this, we'll see if... how do we check this? Actually, maybe it's not an executor test. Maybe it's something the coordinator needs to do. Like, if you request to create an account and you're already logged in to someone else, that should just block you and say, you're already logged in, fool. That's what I'm leaning towards. So so we won't do it in the executor. It will be coordinator test. So, boop. Actually, let's put that in the Clippy board. Is it here? Create player? Or is it in profile? Yeah. Create new player account. Okay, so yeah, it goes next to here, I think. Player creation already logged in. So this changes a little bit, right? It is, we have to mobilize server. Might as well do that. It's easier to just do it this way, right? Add test user and then log in. It's easier just to do that. So we'll have to be specific about the client ID. All right, so Alex is created and logged. Actually, why am I doing that? I should just do player 1. Oh, do I have that hard coded? I do. Oh well, hard coded it is. Then the act is we try to do one of these. We try to send that. Try to register. Have Alex try to register as Bob. Can use the same password. Why not? The side effect is we should receive back a message saying, "Nope, nope, already logged in." So something like that. Right, and it should, let's make sure it does not append anything to the journal. So that should equal what it is way up here. Const auto journal entries before is mock journal. Huh. Taking longer and longer. I might have to reset my IntelliSense soon. Grr. Align my chair. Align my posture and my spine. I don't want bad posture. Okay. What's wrong with that? Looks right to me. That's weird. Does that sometimes. Okay, that should be an expect. No journal entries written. We get a message saying already logged in. Sounds good to me. Hey there, Clayman. How's it going? I am filling in missing test cases in my login, logout stuff. Like, you can't create an account if you're already logged in. And I don't think that I implemented that, so we'll make sure that I implement it now. Coordinator tests. No. It's profile. Run the profile test. Indeed, it broke. Excuse me, just a second. All right. Oh, my camera didn't come back. There it goes. Okay. Right, so it does not... Interesting. It didn't append anything. Oh, probably because it's doing... Let me also make sure it doesn't try to do reCAPTCHA. So this send context should not be 1. That should be 0. Wonder why it keeps bugging me about it can't find IntelliSense configuration for Google test. I don't care. Leave me alone. Okay, yeah, so it's trying to make a CAPTCHA check even though it shouldn't. So we'll fix that. Profile. Well, this is it, right? So on register, if it's not an acceptable username, actually we should just do it right up front, right? If client.username, if not empty, and then you say like, what the hell are you doing? You're already connected, right? Login status already logged in. There we go. Done. Okay, what's next? Reset password already logged in. The same thing, right? If you're already logged in, there's no sense in asking for a password reset. Or is there? I guess theoretically you could be logged in and say, hey, I don't want to log out because I forgot my password. Could you just send me a token and let me keep playing? Oh, but no, this is different. This is if you have a token and you're already logged in. Yeah, might as well try to log out and then just set password. So I think this is the same kind of deal where it's not really an executor test. It really goes under the coordinator for set password. Is that auth? Auth and profile are kind of tangled together. Change pass. This is it, right? Around here somewhere? Yeah, so it's like this one. So let me put it below this one here. Yeah, right here. So it's oh, this is different. This is change password. Okay, never mind. This is the wrong place. Is it reset password? Set new password? I think that might be it. Yes, this is it. Where they're not logged, these are all the ones where they're not logged in, then we have one where they're logged in. Yeah, so here it is. Set new password. Already logged in, so it really doesn't matter if there is a password retoken or not. So this I don't care about. It's if they're already logged in. So we'll do this login thing. And do that. I guess we're doing the same thing here, right? There should be no... Does that require a reCAPTCHA? No, it doesn't. I wonder if it should. I have that on my list. That here. That was to do the reCAPTCHA in the first place. Oh, I did it 6 days ago? Okay. These tests don't show it, though. Oh, no, they do. Okay, never mind. So, yeah, so we're also going to check that. Here. Oh, no, wait, no, I was looking at the wrong thing. Register definitely requires a reCAPTCHA. It looks like these tests don't actually include the reCAPTCHA. Anyway, these same things will be expected down here. You're already logged in. Why are you trying to use a password reset token, right? This could be anything. Let me in. You're already in, so. Oh, thanks for the follow. Geminas? So how do you say your name? Like, or it could be Geminas. How does this work without a reCAPTCHA? Let me look and see. That's in auth, right? On set password. Yeah, this isn't requiring a reCAPTCHA. So why did I have that marked off? Let me find that again. I marked it off. Oh, that's request password reset. But there's no CAPTCHA needed to try a password reset. They probably should do that, right? Well, no. They can try. That's fine. They try too frequently, they'll get banned. Right, but I wanted to cap how many emails are sent. Checking a token is not expensive. Okay, so yeah, never mind. Already logged in, so let's just test this. It won't work, so I'll have to fix it. Here it is, run it. Interesting, it's stuck. Why would it get stuck? Oh, probably because I didn't set a password correctly. Let's do this the right way. So it's add test user instead of this garbage. If you don't add a full record, including number of iterations to hash the password, it can get stuck in the test because it's like some uninitialized iteration count. Okay, so it fails. It tries to reset the password. So we need to do that checkup here. Same thing as before, right? If we're already logged in, if not client.username.empty, then the same thing we do when we log in, right? Not there. There. Tell them they're already logged in. You don't need to log in with a password reset token. It's already logged in. Get away. Play the game. Alright, and then what's next? Change password wrong. Okay, I think these are all the same, right? Wrong server client IDs. Okay, there's login already logged in. Let's do that one first. So log in. I guess I can copy from this one. Expired token. So oh, I don't need to do this. I just add test user. Oh, no, this is executor. Right, it doesn't belong here. It's all the coordinator does this check. Under auth, right? Log in. Is this the right place? Start login with token. Okay, yeah, right around here. Probably a good thing to do. Place for it. Coordinator test. Login already logged in. So yeah, this is what I wanted. Do that. And actually do the login as well. So let's just log in. This stuff. So login. Then try to log in again, which should be like this. Log in without resetting messages received, because we expect to see a message. Actually, we expect a couple things. No journal entry, and they see I'm already logged in. Okay. So it lets you, actually crashes. Where is it crashing? Oh, yeah. So this is a bad one. It'll actually crash the server right now. We can fix that just by preventing it from proceeding. So he on login, same kind of thing, right? Yeah, if they're registered, no, not even before that. It's right at the top, right? If not client dot username dot empty. Same thing I was doing over here. Actually, I could move that down to here while I'm at it. Early exit. Already logged in. Don't try to log in again. You'll break things. Interesting. It's still appended something. Oh, I wonder if that's because I sampled it at the wrong place. No. Why is this? Oh, is it a different test? I'm looking at the wrong place. What the heck? In common. What? Oh, right. I can't use that helper. I have to do it explicitly. I think I just do start login is all I need. Yeah, I just need the start login. Start login. Because it actually doesn't proceed past that point. What did I do wrong? Start, okay, it's not an identifier. Start log in. Okay, now it works. Now we're good. Can't log in if you're already logged in. So I don't expect this to actually happen in the real game because the client won't do that, but if someone were to make their own client of the game, they might try to do weird stuff and I don't want to allow it. Okay. More. Okay, so these are all just trying to do things with the wrong IDs, which can happen if there is a, like if you switch, if you really quickly disconnect and then connect to a different server and try to do something, it will actually, the sequence would be one, issue a request to server, no, two is issue a request to server A. And this is actually out of order. I'll use the line numbers as order. So log into server A. Issue request to server A. Quickly. Actually, this won't re-allowed though, will it? I was gonna say quickly log into server B. Actually, let's just say log into server B, and before this request goes through, this one actually goes through first. Committed first before the request from server A is appended. And then issue a request to server B, and then request sent to server A is executed. So it's at this point where the executor should say, well, you're not actually logged in on that server, you're logged into B, not A. So it should reject the command because you're not logged in there. By the way, isn't there some tab you can see to-dos by default? Because in Visual Studio there's a tab called Task List. It might be the To-Do Plus plugin that you have. I don't use To-Do Plus. I've been thinking about switching to it. But yeah, right. By default vanilla VS Code, I don't think it has a to-do or task list. Yeah, you might be thinking To-Do Plus. Hey there, Goon Pontoon. How are you doing? I was lurking in your channel a little bit last night. You were playing League of Legends, I think. But I was kind of flipping around channels. I was hoping you would be coding or playing Botland. I was looking for streamers who were either coding or playing Botland last night. How's it going today? So here's the situation. You log into a server A. You issue a request to that server A. But before that gets appended, you log into a server B. And that gets committed, which actually logs you out of A. But then let's say server A, because A and B are operating asynchronously, right? Let's say that request tries to gets appended after this. Actually, this doesn't even matter, right? When that gets executed and you've already switched to server B, this is the what I'm trying to handle here, where it's the wrong server client IDs. Cool, yeah, I missed the coding part. All right, so it's this situation that happens for every command I need to check. Every command you need to check the server client IDs to make sure the user still matches, right? I think so. Anyway, so it's gonna be all on the executor to do this. So we'll arrange it. Here's where creating the player, and then we try to append a set password from a different client. So, actually, why is this not set here? This should be set up here. And we need it to be different. So, I don't know, 1337 and 42. And I believe this is also recorded in the record, which might be a little bit redundant. So when we try to do that, it should not change the password. The password will be the old password. Pogger. Oh, right. But instead of bad password, it will be what? What do we want to say? Not logged in? No longer logged in. That's what we wanted to say. So this is going to fail. It's going to actually execute the command even though you're not logged in there anymore. Later tests. There it goes. We see it fail. Oh, I actually need to have the password correct. So the old hash has to match. There. I want to see it fail the correct way. Gotta both fail and fail in the correct way. Right, so the password gets changed to feels forgetful man, and there is no error, so that's a problem. Thank you for the follow, Condor 29.99. They threw everything out of the window? How so? Or did they like screw up the balance of the game? Probably trying to fix something else. It's a very difficult balancing act for large popular games to make it fair for everyone, right? It happens a lot in World of Warcraft, which I play, where they'll nerf or buff some class, and then it pisses a bunch of people off. And really, they're just trying to make it more fair, or to make every class playable or viable or whatever. Yeah, I'm hoping to avoid that in my game. Although probably there'll be some aspect of like something will be OP, and I'll have to nerf it, and that'll probably piss someone off. But hopefully it doesn't. It's not too. It would actually be a good problem to have, right? If I have to do a lot of work balancing, that means a lot of people are playing the game and finding balance issues. They literally reworked everything by changing how it worked. Yeah, that would be bad. Why'd they do that? Did they make like a pivot in the game design to try to attract different players, maybe? If not, that's kind of silly. Why would they just rework everything? Must have had a reason. Alright, so what was I? It was change password. On change profile. No. On set password. Yes, on this one. They have to be registered, and they have to be we have to have a match here. Right, so we have the player thing. It's if player dot server ID is not equal to command server ID, right? Where's the it's command dot server ID. So if they're not actually logged in there anymore, or then we return, what did I call it? No longer logged in. That's sort of misleading. Maybe we should say no longer logged in here. That might be a better way to say it. Hey there, Aunt Perry. How are you doing? Very important princess. You could also be a prince, remember. We're not narrowing down the gender. You're a very important prince / princess. Or is that already narrowing? I don't know. The new gender stuff confuses me. Anyway. Very important personage. What's that from? Very important personage. Oh, a book or something I was reading. Anyway, this is done. Next to do. Change profile wrong, so it's the same kind of thing. If we do this, we paste there, we make sure that we set server ID to something. And then the record actually has another copy, which I'm wondering more and more if it's redundant. And then here, when we try to change it, we'll set it to something else. At 16. So I expect what to happen? This was doing what? Changing the username to Bob. Oh, right. We don't want to change it to Bob. I want to actually pick something that would have succeeded. So changing Alice to management.example.com because Alice got promoted. Wouldn't you know it? But then we'll expect it didn't happen. It is still Alice. Do I have this? Yeah. Here. Only not a manager. And the error is no longer logged in here. There we go. It's a minefield, yeah. So, I should just not even go there. The runes define which champions are played, so by changing, you essentially change the whole game. It's like you have to learn the game all over again. That sucks. Yeah, why? I wonder why they did that. Did they say why they did it? Hey there, Nui. How's it going? I'm just filling in missing tests. So I no longer should have any of these tests that aren't filled in. That's weird. Didn't I add it? Change profile? It shows as passing. I don't know, but it shouldn't have passed. Fluke in Test Explorer. It should have shown that I never ran it because that was a new test. Okay. Yeah, so it's not doing what it should. So that's in on change profile. We do the same kind of check, right? So let's put a bookmark there and I'll find where I just copy paste it. No longer, here, this thing. So do the same thing here. If, oh, hold on. I have to get the record of the player. Get the player's record. But you know what also could happen is could they be deleted? They could be, right? Let me think about this. I guess it's possible, so that I need to be careful about that. Yeah, let's be extra cautious. So if not players is registered, a command.username. No longer logged in here. Let's do the same thing in the other place too. Okay, I did have that there already. Bad password. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just try it. Yay. Okay, next. 2 more. Destroy player if they're no longer logged in there. Same deal. So again, I need to set server ID to something and client ID to something, and then copy that into the record. And then when we destroy it, it has to match. If it doesn't, then it shouldn't be allowed. So 86 or something is 17. So what should happen is that they are still registered and I get an error. No longer logged in here. Okay. Stretch. Why does it think I already ran the test? It didn't. It's bugged. It shouldn't have ever passed, and it didn't. Okay, so I'm gonna have the same kind of stuff, right? So on destroy. Player has to do the same stuff. If they're not registered, they're no longer... If they're not registered, or when we look them up and it doesn't match, they're no longer registered. No longer logged in, I mean. Can't destroy them. They might be logged in elsewhere. So there we go. I think there's only one more to do in Executor. Log out. Okay, same thing. Same thing. Take from the good log out. This one. No, that's log in. Shoot. The only logout test I have? Oh, I have two logouts. One that clears the token and one doesn't. Okay. Either way, copy one of them to paste there. And I gotta set up server and client. Put it in the record. Then when we try, okay. I actually don't need that login, do I? Why did I bother doing two commands there? That doesn't make much sense. Because that can be just combined into there. Right? Because those go in the create record. I don't need this. Then when they try to log out but the IDs don't match, and this was what, auth dot? These had slightly different names, I think. No, it was just auth. Hey, welcome back, Goon Pontoon. So, right, we create a player which automatically logs you in, and then we try to log out but the IDs don't match. We expect them to be still logged in, right? So they should be logged into the original client and server. Nothing should be cleared. All this stuff should be still there, and we should have an error. Expect equal no longer logged in here. Given back to in response to this command. So that is execution error. I don't think you ignored any questions. Oh, your internet went down. So presumably it's back up, or you're on some other internet connection. That sucks though. Actually, that could be good and bad, right? If you're looking for a break and the office internet goes down, it's like, now would be a good time for a break. Okay, why does it keep doing this? This is a test I just made. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's right. The test was there, it was just empty. That's why it shows up as passing before. Right? I was maligning the test explorer for no good reason. Right, so it allows a log off even if the tokens don't match. Right, exactly. So it's the same kind of thing. This check has to be done on log out. We don't want to log them out if they're logged in elsewhere. Not logged in here. There we go. Ta-da! Let's run everything. Then I'll check it in, because I think I'm done with the executor to do stuff. Yeah, watching the stream is the break. Ooh. Conundrum. Oh, I broke something. What did I break? Change password. Correct old hash. Oh, I wonder if I broke that just by not setting the correct IDs. Go to 856. Hey there, Tua Bud. How's it going? Good evening to you, sir or madam. Or wait, I'm supposed to leave gender out of it, right? I'm not supposed to go there with gender because it's a minefield, as I learned earlier today. Sorry about that. Good evening, person. Person or robot. Okay, why is this breaking? Oh, I know why. Because we used that, but we didn't set it up here. Right, so this is more strict now. These all have to match, or else the commands are rejected. Which is a good thing, right? So all these IDs have to match from command to command, or the commands get rejected. That's why that broke. Viewbot, exactly. What am I working on today? I was working on cleaning up some leak. It's not a memory leak, but structures that weren't being released when you destroy player accounts. Some fixes to some bugs, not allowing you to log in simultaneously from two places because that leads into all sorts of interesting conundrum, like that you can continue to be logged in as a player who no longer exists. Because from one login you could destroy your account, and the other one is still logged in, right? So I worked on that, and now I'm filling in all the tests that I have been accumulating. I got into this bad habit of going through and marking, oh, I'll do that later, like that. Only it was worse for the executor. It was like just to do and nothing else. So I'm filling in all these missing tests. And broke some tests, which I'm now fixing. This is probably the same issue, right? That this other test probably, yeah, it has those IDs which are never set up here. Same IDs, so that should fix it. Okay, do I have another I have two more broken ones. Probably the same thing, right? Yeah, see? IDs were set but never recorded here. And probably there, this other place too, right? Yep. It's all the same thing. It's all because I copy paste things everywhere. Okay, I didn't fix that one correctly, obviously. What did I do wrong? It did not log us out. Or it did not reset oh. Reset password incorrect token. Oh. Yeah, this is a problem. This shouldn't even be allowed right now. All right, the coordinator usually forbids this, right? So in the middle here, I need to have a logout. That's the problem. So let's make a logout. 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 We have to have the username. Alice. Actually, I think that logout is redundant. I mean, the username is redundant for logout. I think all we really need the server and client IDs. And then we move that and publish it. Needs to be logged out for set password to actually work. Technically, we log out after we do that, so let me do that last. So create a player. Oh, well, hold on. No, it's the other way around, right? Create a player, log out, then forget your password and ask for a token. You get the token, then you set it, and it should work. Doesn't work. Bad password. Got bad password there. Interesting. At what point was it bad password, I wonder? Let's make sure it was there. Correct. What is execution error at that point? Empty. Okay. So this is a bad password? No longer logged in here. Oh, no longer logged in here. Right. Oh, right. So I hosed password reset. Yeah, you don't need to be logged in to reset your password. So that actually logs you in. So I did break it. Does that mean this one was broken too? That one, okay, let's fix that one too. It should do the same thing. We should have a logout in between. Asking for a reset token. That actually might break the other test as well. Which is a good thing because they should be broken now. Because the code is wrong. What's this? Oh yeah, it never does any of that. Because there's an error. Okay, let's fix the problem is in the executor on set password. Right now requires you to be logged in, but really that should be only if the token is empty. So that goes Actually, we'll leave that top one in that. This moves into here. There we go. That should fix it. No, it's not logged in and logged out. You have to reset your password. Okay, it says set password, but it's really resetting it because there is a token. Where is it? Reset token. So if you use a password reset token, you can only use this command when you're not logged in because presumably you've forgotten your password. You get a token through the email, and this both resets your password and logs you in. So that's why we have to. It makes sense to create the player, then log out, forget your password, and ask for a reset token, and then try to log in and reset your password. This should be fixed now, right? Yay, it's fixed. Let's run everything. Make sure I didn't break anything else. You can't request a password reset token or try to reset your password when you're logged in, because why would you? It would just make the system more complicated. Just log out and then reset your password. This is different from changing your password. That's a separate thing. That's on change password. Change password. The change password, you're still logged in and you just do set password, but instead of using a reset token, you actually provide your old password and your new one, right? So you didn't forget it. It's poggers or whatever, and you provide that along with the new one, and then if that matches, then it changes your password, right? All while you're logged in. Okay. Done with all that madness, I think. So, complete all missing features. That had empty tests. Very generic check-in. Blinded you? I'm sorry. I haven't found a Git UI that I like with a dark theme. I've tried a bunch. I've tried Git Kraken. I've tried Tortoise Git. Actually, I haven't really given Tortoise Git a fair shake. I should probably give that one more try. I tried a couple other Git UIs. Some Git UIs I eliminated right off the bat because they were like Windows only or Linux only, or they cost money or something like that. GTK themes. Yeah, I tried GitHub Desktop. They were like, it's either I didn't like it, or I'm a picky person sometimes. Either I didn't like it, or it was missing some feature, or it didn't have a dark theme or whatnot. So I use Git GUI because even though it lines you with my white theme, which I do apologize for that, but I could just commit later after the stream if it really bugs you guys. Source tree. I tried that. There was a problem with it though. What was it? I think it didn't have a dark theme, right? I think that was so if it didn't have a dark theme, I rule it out because I might as well just use Git GUI anyway. So yeah, someone make a nice Git UI with a dark theme that has the features I want. Damn it. Come on, get on it. All right, I think I'm out of tasks now. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back to search. Do I want to do this one? Whether or not to set a limit on journal entries, and if so, how does this fit in? Yeah, I haven't figured that out yet. Right now, there's an arbitrary maximum size to a journal entry. I don't know if I'm going to enforce that or not in the test. This is something I have to figure out later. Yeah. So we've done all the unimplemented tests. So that's done. I know, I'm picky. I still use source tree on the Mac though, because Git GUI is not installed there by default, or wasn't for me, so I just settled with source tree. Look at that, I got the evil eyes because I'm looking at a blue screen. Okay. If I look this way, you won't see that. What should I work on now? Or should I switch to something else? Got an hour left. Something here I could work on. Clean shutdown. That had to do with some of those memory leaks. I wonder if I could do that one. This would clean up a little bit of the output that I see here. Because these times are not actual timestamps. They are just arbitrary. So when when I'm running the actual cluster, it would be this one. These end up being out of order, and they're an arbitrary reference point. So if I use real timestamps, I could resort them in the correct order, and it would be easier to tell when things actually happened. I do need to work on that at some point, the moderation queue. That's sort of a prerequisite for putting it up on the cloud. I need to have some way to manage trolls. So there's a difference between using a blue screen and a green screen. I think green is probably better. I didn't really think about it when I bought the blue screen I have. I kind of regret that. And at some point I might switch to green. But I don't think technically there's much difference other than if you're looking or if there's green stuff around you that you don't want a green screen, or vice versa with blue. Just pick. You want to pick a color that you're not usually using around you. Okay, cancel. Login, give players okay. I don't feel like working on any of this stuff today. Well, this is done. That's redundant. Yeah, we did that one. Yay. That's done. I love it when I have something I can just wipe off because it's a duplicate. How much was the blue screen? I'll show you what I got. I got a web around. This is what I got. See how much it costs. Okay, where is it? Yes, which one did I get? I think I got the fan favorite, 52 inches. 60 bucks. You could probably, if you are a do-it-yourself person, you could probably do it yourself because all it really is a rigid metal, not a tube, but it's like if you took sheet metal and you made a 1/4 inch wide but flat thing of metal and you just loop it around, so it's rigid. But if you twist it, you can fold it, and then it's just fabric around that. So if you could do that yourself, it's probably might want to try it because yeah, 60 bucks. You could probably do it for less. But me being lazy and not mechanically expert, I just bought it at 60 bucks. So you can get it in gray, green, or blue. I think I had to. Oh, I didn't buy it through this site. I bought it through Amazon, and Amazon only gave me the gray and blue options. I think that was the problem. But yeah, I didn't find this myself. I found this from Adam C. Eunice. He uses this as well. I think he uses the big green one. Really convenient if like your setup has like lots of personal stuff behind you and you don't want to set up your own office, and yeah, you just attach it to your chair and that's all you have to do. Privacy screen, yes. Knitting needle. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do next from my little cards here. This might be fun to work on. You guys ever had to work with making something frequency locked? The idea now, I'll show you the problem. In the timekeepers I make, like this one, the way that I get high resolution time but somewhat correlated to real time is I cheat and I do both using the time function in C, and then my get time utility, which on Windows, go away, uses query performance counter, right? The problem is this performance counter, my understanding is frequency is fundamentally a hardware block in the CPU, which is not correlated at all to real time. So it's close, but if you let this run long enough, the time that I get from here, from the performance counter, is going to be off from the real time. And so the way I'm cheating here is I'm just saying I sample it once at the beginning when the first time you call this, and then every subsequent time we call the real time one again. And no, we call the performance counter one again, and then just subtract our initial measurement, and then add in the real time from the beginning. So it's going to be close to a real sample of real time, but it's going to be off because fundamentally it's being driven by the performance counter. So the idea to lock it to real time is to, in addition to sampling the performance counter, also sample real time, which is the operating system will keep it locked to network time protocol, the rest of the internet. To sample them both and use this clock to govern the frequency of that by calculating the frequency drift and compensating for it. Yeah, I playing with scissors in chess, and I messed up a couple times, and he beat me. He beat me solidly. Although playing with scissors, I don't know if you noticed, but there's one point in which you could have taken my queen, and I wouldn't have been able to retaliate. And either you were merciful or you didn't see it, and I backed my queen back out of there. I'm like, phew, it was nice not to take my queen there. But yeah, I set up a Light Chess? Lightchess.org account and playing with scissors. You didn't see it. Oh, phew. You could replay that match, right? You'll probably see where you could have taken my queen. That would have ended it right there. Lee chess, I get it. Lee chess. When I read it, I'm like, Lich S? Like, as in the undead wizard, right? Lich. Playing with scissors is not the merciful type? I don't know. He could be. Okay, so yeah, I think maybe this might be an interesting thing to work on. Although, how am I going to test it? I have to actually use real time to test it. Well, hold on. Even though I can use it in real time, we'll still see the drift. So maybe what I'll do is I'll make a new little project for this. This will be fun. We'll make a little project. We'll make a new library. Actually, wait a minute. Why a new library? I can just build it into this one. No, I'm going to make it separate. I'll make a separate little project called Frequency Locked High Precision Time. And it'll be open source, so you guys can have it. Yay. Win-win. I don't need to save that. Okay. New projecto. New folder. What are we going to call this clock? We'll call this one... What's a cool name? It's going to be both high precision and real time. The 09K clock. Over 9,000. Because I can. You can't stop me. Okay, let's pick from another library. The readme, license, make file. Actually, let's just copy everything. The 09K clock. Oh9K clock. This is a library which implements a high precision real-time clock by combining the real-time, this is a dash, by combining the real-time clock provided by the operating system with the high precision clock. Actually, let's just say by combining the real time and the separate real time and high precision clocks provided by the operating system, because really that's provided by both. By combining them, since the two clocks provided by the operating System may not have the exact same frequency. Why is this not wrapping? There we go. 09 clock uses the real-time clock to govern the frequency of the combined clock, but uses the high precision clock to attain precision. There we go. Okay, have a good time playing with scissors. When you come back, I'll have an over 9,000 clock implemented, I hope. Usage, the 09K clock. Actually, we'll just call it the 09K clock. I'll probably end up renaming this because it's kind of silly. I'm already regretting calling it the 09K clock. The cost of renaming it is pretty low though, right? This stubborn cough, this cold I had that my family had, it sucks. I hate having a cold. The 09K class provides, actually let's say it implements the system abstractions. I made an interface for this here. Didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, never mind. Class implements a basic clock interface supporting sampling as well as the registration of callbacks based on time. Let's do both. Lichess, it's French. Oh, it's Lichess? Not Lichess? Lichess. Okay, this is not exactly true. Didn't I write something more correct here? No, that's not the right one. Maybe it was hash. Nope, not that one. One of these guys I wrote a better README for. Ah, here we go. This is what I want. Because I wanted to add this clause, other C++ libraries with similar dependencies. Because I wanted to add to the dependencies the system abstractions library. Do prerequisites. There we go. Anything else I might want? I don't think so. Alright, okay. License MIT, but with the current year. This has any year in it? No. Make file. Update year. Put 09K clock. This is clock and clock. And we are not depending on anything but system abstractions. Okay. O9K clock. Okay. Value is 09K clock. And it's that goes here. What do we kind of have tests for? Let's just have placeholder for now. Clock. And this is what? Clock tests? Yep. And then include 09K clock. Oh, we're gonna use the new style, right? Pragma once. Yeah, new style of header guard. Okay, now this I want to do a search replace to clock within not there. How do I do this right? There. Those two buttons, and then make that clock. And that's 09K. All right. Copy from the README. This class implements a real-time clock by combining there we go. So there are no types right now. We just need a default constructor with no type. Don't need any of this other stuff yet. All right. What, did I say something about interface? No. Okay, we're good. So then kill the rest of the file. This is standard boilerplate stuff. Was I gonna make these deleted? No copy constructor? Or copy move? Or copy assignment? Only move, constructor, and assignment. Pragma once, that is so that if you were to do something like include it twice, like if you do something like this, then the second include will just go to the, this is the old way you used to do it. If not define this symbol, then go define it and have the rest of the file be the body of that if-def. So Pragma once does the same thing. If you include it a second time, it won't actually redeclare everything, which could result in compiler warnings or errors saying, you've already declared that, you've already declared that. Because all an include does is take the contents of that file and replace that line with the entire file, right? That's just a newfangled way of doing that. And I don't remember who it was, but someone was saying, yeah, you should be using Pragma once because every compiler supports that now. This we can replace with 09K. And I don't know what I'm going to need other than memory, and that's it, right? Empty class. Here I want to be careful too. Control H. Value goes to clock. This goes to 09K. I feel silly now calling it over 9,000. But oh well. It is what it is. I can just gut this file, right? I need an impl. So I need it down to here. Contains the private properties, so don't know what I want yet. And I don't even know if I need any methods or anything, so empty that completely out. Right, these are deleted. These are defaulted. These are defaulted. And then we have a default constructor which just makes the impl. And now we're done. We'll pull it into the build system, make sure it's there. So that is this CMake list. We're gonna make a sub repo. So add subdirectory 09K clock. So we're gonna hit this button to rerun CMake, and we're good. Build. You like over 9,000 clock? Yeah. Isn't there some sort of template snippet feature? Yeah, that. You're right. I should be doing that. I'm lazy though. Like I don't mind doing all that boilerplate stuff. so much. If I did mind it, I'd probably use the snippet feature to make boilerplate stuff for me. Redefinition, because it's no accept, right? Okay, so got boilerplate, and now we can focus on the tests. Clock tests. Okay, so what do we want this clock to do? It should measure real time reasonably well, right? So get time. So we're going to compare it to actual time, right? From the OS. So we will, let's make one. So 09K clock. And then we'll ask it the time. So const auto now clock equals clock get time. And then also now is, how does that work? Is it, you have to make a time t? I should have kept it up here. Source, Windows, where is it? Time? No, it wasn't in system abstractions at all. It was in the Realm server's implementation of Timekeeper. Here it is. Okay, so it's just that. So that's const. What exactly is time, wall time? It is the time of, it's the current time in seconds from the Unix epoch, which is, I believe, January, midnight UTC, January 1, 1970. I believe that's right. You can Google search Unix epoch to find it. And it's in seconds integer, and or it's a time t, which is basically an integer. And I'm converting it to double because this I'm going to have high precision. So I want them to be reasonably close together, right? Yeah, and get time is going to be the same. It's going to be the same units, only it's going to be double. It's going to be seconds, so fractional seconds will be the fraction. So what I expect I expect them to be near each other. Now clock, and this should be now time. Within what? A millisecond? 10 milliseconds? Something like that. We'll start off with that, right? Okay, so that doesn't exist yet. We're going to make it. Include clock. All right, here we go. Double. Get time. Sample the current time according to the clock. And return it. Sample and return. Current time according to the clock. Return. The current time in seconds. The current time according to the clock in seconds is returned. CPP as auto. Yeah, actually auto used to be a thing that meant storage type. So the alternatives to auto were static and volatile, I think. I could be wrong about that, but it turns out that I can't call it that because it's the same name, but actually I think volatile's separate. How come it doesn't like that? What's the type is missing? Oh. Right. So it used to be you had to say like auto double, right? This is old C and C++. It doesn't like it now because it's C++ 11. So basically no one needed that because Auto meant the default if you didn't say static, right? Static means it is a global variable, like there's only one of it. It's not on the stack. Auto stood for automatic storage, so basically saying it's whatever scope you're in, you know, whether it's a global or it's inside of a function, the storage is automatically determined by the scope. So no one used it. Everyone just did that. So they decided for C++11, hey, let's reuse the keyword auto to mean something different. In this case, it's automatically determine the type based off of the context. And I actually have a command for that. And I misspelled it. I'm bad. There's my command from the future. Before I even mention it, I've already typed it. So we will define it here. So we're going to start simple. We're just going to cheat and do what this does. Because we can. We just need to include time. Okay. Where be my time tests? Refresh, please. Here they are. Passes. That satisfies that requirement. So the issue is if we want to get high precision, get time low precision, get time high precision. To get high precision, we'll test it against hear dogs barking in the background. We'll test it against the time library that I made, which just does the high precision timer. So that is a system abstractions time object. High res time. Did you change the name to make it more clear? Oh crap. I just realized I'm bleeding. I must have bumped into something. Got a scratch and, oh well. Scratched myself. Interesting. Question was, you would change the name to make more clear from what source the time clock is from. The name of what? The now time? You can call it wall clock time. 09K clock. Like that. I'm assuming it's new. Newy. Okay, so instead of this, we're going to use the high res time. Get time. So this high precision counter, its reference point is not the Unix epoch. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to do it twice. With a little bit of delay. How do we cause a delay? I guess what we can do is we can keep sampling this until it changes twice, right? So let's get the clock, let's call this start actually. Start. And then, so after we sample everything, we're gonna repeat until this time changes twice. So while, I mean, we don't need a double. While this minus that is less than 2, and then we're just going to sample everything I get. So it's double end 09K clock and end, we're going to call that high res time, right? Start high res time. End high res time. I guess we should need to do it at least once, right? So we just sample them again without this const auto stuff. and then expect them to be near. Hold on, let me think about this. Their difference should be near that, near something, right? So the difference. So const auto diff 09k clock is end minus start. And then the difference for high res time. Whoops. Why is it selecting? Oh, I see. Because I had the selection options wrong. There we go. So that difference to that difference. Oh, I have some numbers here that are wrong, right? Time, not clock. Okay, I screwed this up. Time. Wasn't paying enough attention to my names. And that is time there, and that is time there. And all these are times. And I guess we should make this one have its own better name, right? 09K clock. New I? With a high German accent. Well, I don't know how to make a high German accent. I wish I did. Don't spell the I. It's like a long I, like new-y. New-y? Huh. Okay, how precise should we expect it to be? Pretty precise, right? Let's say within a millisecond. What did I do wrong here? I'm missing a bracket right here. Uh-oh. Oh, right. Yeah. So it fails because we're not using the high precision counter. Right? It's 2 instead of 1.87035, whatever. Okay, so here we need to, it's a new requirement, so we need to implement this better. So I'm going to implement it the way that the timekeeper currently does it, like this. And we're getting rid of impl. And I'm reusing a time object, right? So now it's equivalent to the timekeepers I've been using in my servers. For that, I need same thing this includes. What's going on here? Oh, that does need an impl. Okay, and then let's see if it passes now. Okay, it passes. I'm actually curious what the precision is. So I will make it a really, really, really aggressive. There. Microsecond. Certainly not within a microsecond of each other. Oh, they are. Interesting. How about 10 nanoseconds? That should be impossible. Okay, I'm doing something wrong then. Debug, see what are they? Oh, wow. They really are very close together. Oh, wait a minute, no, they're not. Let's watch them here. Then for extra fun, I can do this. Wow. So is near not exactly working because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should fail, right? No, it didn't fail. I guess I have to be even more digits of precision to see it fail. Yeah, there we go. 1e minus 10, so it's not. It's within 1e to minus 7. That's actually pretty awesome. It's made up of nu and an I because it's similar to the suffix shen. Shen. Ah. All right, so the problem I expect to see is over a long time, that difference is going to get longer and longer. So, thanks for the follow, Roosh. Nice name. So let's call this get time high precision short interval. And then we'll have one for longer interval. The only downside is I have to actually let it run longer. Let's say 10 seconds. I want to still keep them failing to see what the actual precision is. Or what the drift is. Yeah, this one's going to take 10 seconds to run. Actually, wait a minute. This isn't going to drift because they're both the same. Yeah, we only really see drift in the real time, which is very low precision. I'd have to like let this run overnight or something. Just actually see it. It's going to be really hard to unit test this. Now that I think about it. So I can actually maybe I'm almost at 4 hours anyway. What I can do is I can set up this program to run the two clocks for a very long time, and track the difference between them over time in a readout and a printout, and then I can chart that and then show that tomorrow. Maybe that's what I'll do. So this won't be in the form of a unit test per se. I need to make a main program that prints out something. That's what I need. So how am I going to do that? Make another program within this? Sure, why not? So in addition to the library, we're going to, in addition to the test, we'll add a program. See if I remember how to do this. So we'll call it, I don't know, Bob. I like Bob. And it will be source.bob.cpp. And we need to link Bob with this. Okay, and then we'll make Bob. Ready for Bob? Not there. Not there. Go away. This one. So Bob. Bob is going to be a little main program. Actually, don't I have I have another main program I can steal from for this, right? Where was it? It was in a different project. Let me open it. It's in Excalibur, Rover, or AWS Play. One of those two. Yeah. Okay, this was actually kind of big. We'll take it. Take that and I'll paste it in Bob. Oh, wait a minute. No, there was an even better one. Oh, but I already deleted it. Never mind. So this will be Bob. This is a test program which tracks the a difference between system abstractions time and actually no, it's yeah, it's that and 09K clock time. Actually, let's track the difference between all of them, right? Yes, between time, C standard library, over a very long time. All right, so include, we need time. We need system abstractions time. And we need the 09K clock. Oh, actually, if I need system abstractions, then I need that in my CMake also. So that as well. Let's put it in different lines. There. Okay. Let's make sure that configures correctly. It doesn't. Add program. Okay, it's not add program. Is it add executable then? I don't remember. I thought it was add program. I guess it's add executable. Huh. All right. We don't need that. I don't think it needs to be anything elaborate. It just needs a main program. There we go. Just the main program. Why not? Why not catch memory leaks? Actually, you know what I wanted to steal from is the Control C stuff that I had. Where'd I put that? Here somewhere? Sig int. Yes, I wanted this stuff. I want to kind of have Control C do a clean shutdown. What do you think of Marbles on Saturday? What did I think? It was fun. One thing about that Marbles game is I think it's kind of just arbitrary because there's nothing that like the viewer's name or viewer's interaction does to influence the marble. So in the back of my mind, I kept thinking it's kind of just like rolling a die and saying, well, you drew a 16 or you got an 8 or something. So it's cool from a social aspect because you can kind of see how the die is cast. But I kind of wish on the other end, I kind of wish there was more stream interaction. Like it would be cool if in chat you could, with a well-timed emote, cause your marble to jump forward or something. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be, if I was working on that project, I would consider like what kind of viewer interaction you could do to really make it more exciting. Okay, shutdown flag. And then I have to actually call sig int. Sig int. Sig int. And then we do some kind of loop. And shutdown is return net. Where's the loop I had? Wait for shutdown? Yeah, this thing. So here's our main loop. Okay, and it's leveraging a couple things I don't have included. Signal. And the other one, this is from standard def. We should include that. And this is from thread. And might as well include chrono while we're at it. To make everything build. Everything should be happy now. Here's someone saying your nickname. That's weird. It played it and then it went straight into an ad. I can't play it because it keeps going into an ad. Let me bookmark that to listen to later. I don't mind. Not at all. Oh, he addressed that? He basically didn't want to do that because it would cause too much spam in the chat with everyone trying to jump or boost. Yeah, but doesn't stream avatars do that? Oh, no problem, Nui. I'll just have to watch it later. Yeah, stream avatars allows interaction, and sure, you can control it a little bit. Like what I would do is allow it, but then set the there's a threshold you can set in chat, right? Where you can only send another message if you didn't send a message within the last 5 seconds or something like that. Oh, you don't know about stream avatars? A lot of streamers use that. I've always thought about maybe making something like that to integrate with my game. Stream avatars. So these little guys that like crawl across the bottom. So you must have seen this on some streams. You can, depending on what the streamer has set up, you can have chat interact where you can like jump around and collect things and get on platforms and all sorts of interesting things. But yeah, I think the way to combat the spam would be to just limit the chat rate. Okay, I should probably make sure this does something, right? Bob wants to do some work. Bob says goodbye. Printf needs standard IO. Okay, I should be able to run Bob now. So build 09K clock Bob. There we go. So now let's have Bob just... That's a good enough frequency, right? Or maybe every second? Let's have it every second sample all three. So we will make one of each. We don't have to make a time. But we will make a system abstraction time. Let's call this one the high res clock. And then we'll make an 09K clock. And then we should have an initial sample, right? Because their reference times are not the same. So the same thing I did in the tests, right? Where's Alice? I don't know. Where's Alice? 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 Who the F is Alice? Remember that song? All right, this thing. Okay, so we sample an 09K clock, high res clock. Oh, time, I guess. Well, timer clock. Should I make it clock in the other place too? Just to be consistent? This I will replace correctly if I hit the right key. That way. There we go. Okay, Bob. Sample all three, and then every loop will sample them again. Remove the start. Make that one an O, H, and W. And then we're going to measure the differences. So it's important to do all of this before we start doing anything else, because you want these to be sampled as close together in time as possible. After we do it, then we'll compute the differences. 09K diff. All right, so differences for all three. And this one is this one. And this is wall clock diff, and that's high res diff. And then I suppose we will just print out... Which one is the authoritative one? The wall clock, right? Well, doesn't really matter. I can just pick one, right? Actually, no. What am I doing? It's not difference between. It's not difference from the last sample. It's that I care about, right? It is the difference from the one I pick as the reference. We'll make 09K the reference, just arbitrarily. So that means I don't have to compute that difference. It's just this difference. It's that. Oh no, I still need that. Okay, never mind. These are not differences from the previous measurement. These are the difference from start. And then 09K drift, let's say high res drift is 09K, high res diff minus 09K diff. And also the wall clock drift is the wall clock diff minus the 09K diff. And there's where it'll promote it. That should promote to a double. Even though that's a double, but that is a long. Should still work. And we can just print them out. So high res, LF, and then wall. Let's also print out the time. The 09K, if we assume it's the authoritative one, that's the reference, and then the high res drift, and then the wall clock drift. There we go. So the wall clock drift is going to look really weird. It's going to, because of its low precision, right? Oh, I need to have a carriage return, or line feed, whatever. Okay, let's run Bob. Right. Actually, so what I expect to happen is because this and this being fundamentally driven by the high precision counter, the drift will be in integer seconds as the wall clock time slips. And we're not going to see it here right now, but when I get it to work, I want this drift after like running this for a day to be still around 0. It's interesting, it's drifting, there's a drift. Oh, it's because of this. You can see it's not sampling it on the second. Do I want to fix that? I could tune it. I guess I should. So what I'll do is, instead of waiting exactly that, I will have some kind of variable. What does this take, actually? What does seconds take? Or let's call it milliseconds. Instead of 1,000, it's 1,000 in what units, though? Long. Okay, fine. Long. Milliseconds to next second. So we'll initialize it to that, and we'll use it here. And then we'll reset it by... actually, what we can do is we can sample it again. Let's just do this diff thing again. Because the printf, there could be a delay in calling that. You know what I'll do is I'll make this into a function. So take that out and put it here. And call it compare clocks. So we need an 09K clock. I just noticed I have an inconsistency in the K is sometimes capitalized. Oh well. And then a system abstractions time, high res clock. sample the time according to the 09K clock, the system abstractions time, and the time function from the C standard library, and report. Oh, I need the start times too. And report their differences in drift since the first sampling. Actually, I can build that in. Yeah, let's build that in. So this will build in. This, I'll do it this way. I'll say that these are static. So it's only run the very first time. And let me think about this. Static bool first time equals true if first time just return. By setting that to, because the first time I'll sample that, and then a second later I'll sample it a second time. All right. Then I can just call that compare clocks. And then I don't need this. And then I just get that time. And I just need to get the time from the... Oh, I need to sample it once more. Sample it once more up here. And I'll take the fractional seconds to compute how many more milliseconds. So milliseconds equals 09K diff minus 09 in math.h, right? We have floor 09K diff. So that gives me the fractional amount. So multiply by 1,000. And then it's 1,000 minus that. Converted to long. After it's been multiplied by 1,000. See if that works. Now it shouldn't drift away too much. The amount it waits between each loop is it'll wait a number of milliseconds to where it should be on the even second. So what I expect to happen is that these will remain pretty consistent. This will always remain constant, but this is where I expect the drift. After I run a day, it should slip by a second or two, I would hope. If it doesn't, then maybe I don't need to have a frequency locked clock. But yeah, I think I need to run this like overnight. Yep, so that's what I'm going to do after the stream. I'll just leave it running all night. Actually, let me make a release build of it. Yeah, do that. Release build. Build all the things. Make a release build, I'll run it all night and chart it out. Hopefully I'll see drift, and then what I can do is I can actually do the frequency locking part of this, and then run it again and see that it doesn't drift. That's the whole point. Uh-oh. What? Manifest tool failed? What the heck? Is that a temporary glitch? Looked like it was. Actually, it's gonna have a problem. Oh no, it shouldn't. I'm like, maybe if I was running my cluster, it would not be able to build the orchestrator. That was a temporary fluke of the tools. Just have to build again and it gets past it. Yeah, I'm going to write it out to a text file and look at it tomorrow. Plot them, yeah, exactly. It's not going to get an accurate clock. It's going to tell me how inaccurate it is right now to start with, like a baseline. Why is it doing this? That's really weird. Maybe I need to delete that file. And now it built it. Whatever. Whatevs. Okay. So I should have 86... no, not exactly 24 hours. I should have a pretty long text file if I take that and I might as well just T it, right? Bob.text. I thought T... Is this not doing what I expect? I thought T would also print it to the console. Oh, I should turn off... Hold on. I should turn off buffering here. That is with set buff standard out null. I believe. Does this T not work at all? Oh no, it's working. Tail F bob.text, I can see it there now. It's weird that the file system says it's... Oh, now it's working. It said 0 bytes for the longest time. Okay, anyway, I'll just leave this running. Collecting information. So yeah, I expected it will not be accurate. It'll slip by a whole second at some point because of the way this this naive implementation is written. Where was it again? Here. So this is written and it just assumes that the frequency of the high precision counter is the same frequency as the real wall clock, right? The fact is that the wall clock is also disciplined by the network, the NTP, right? The internet time. So that will occasionally, its frequency will be mucked with or adjusted slightly, and you won't really see it until it slips a whole second because the wall clock is in whole seconds. CSV, well, it'll be really easy to just parse that in Excel, right? It shouldn't have any problem. I could test it now. Oh, it's showing a bunch of personal info, isn't it? What did it show? Just the names of some files. I hate it when stuff like that leaks. Blank worksheet. Actually, no, I don't. I want to do a blank worksheet. I want to open a file, right? Not in my documents folder. I kind of hate how the new Excel works. Okay, here we are. Oh. Nope, nope. Not at all. Don't want that. Boga leak. Means I'll have to wipe this VOD and censor that. Oh well. Need to remember to do that now. Reminder. Wipe VOD censor personal info for YouTube upload. clock. No. Bob, right? Where's Bob? Is it not open? Do you have to do like an import or something? I forget how to do this. I thought you could just open a text file and it would like parse it. This sucks. Give me back the old Excel. Yeah, I can't pick, I can only pick a folder or an XML file. Shoot. Jeez. Okay. How the hell do you do this these days? Excel, import text file. Exactly. How do you do this? Select text files. In the open dialog box. Okay. There is no dialog box. It's, yeah. Office 365 is what I'm using. Well, maybe I will make it a CSV file. Oh, I see. So I can have a new thing and say data tab. In the get external data group, which is where? Get data from file, from text. And not my documents. How about my projects? Bob, yay. Cool. And I can I delete columns? Just load. Yeah, so I'll be able to recover the data this way and then chart it and stuff. I'll do that later. Don't save. Yeah, so I'll just leave it. I'll leave it the way it is. Yeah, I know, playing with scissors. I screwed up. That's okay. It happens. Okay, so I'm going to let that data collect, and hopefully I get what I expect to see is it should slip after a while to like 1 or -1, and then 1, 2 or -2, etc. And then the objective will be to do frequency locking to compensate for that. And that's what I'll do tomorrow. I need to do a little bit of research to make sure I'm understanding the problem and the solution I think about doing correctly. Yeah, so this is going to be a multi-day thing. Run it overnight, put in a solution, run it again overnight, and see. This is actually optimal. You want to see it stay locked like for a long, long time. Frequency locked. Then I'll be able to trust my 09K clock. But right now, I'm pretty sure that it will slip by whole seconds because the wall clock is going to slip. So I'll leave that running overnight. I don't think the load matters because really it's frequency of two different hardware clocks. One governed by internet time and the other one not. So load of the CPU or GPU shouldn't change it. Actually, if I really wanted to tweak it, my understanding of how hardware clocks work is I would want to change the temperature a lot. Because frequencies of crystal oscillators change with temperature, unless they're temperature controlled. So, but Oh, you have a question. Can I speak to what a namespace is? Sure, I could talk about what a namespace is. So a namespace like this 09K really just makes it so that any symbols you declare inside here are not global anymore. They can only be used within if you reference that namespace. So that's why I had to do in this test, I had to do 09K clock because where the class was declared here, it was within this namespace. So that means I can have something called clock and it won't collide with someone else's class called clock as long as we pick different namespaces. Right? So in the standard libraries, they do the same thing. So like in memory, if you open it up, they will do, somewhere they will do a namespace std. It looks like they have it macroed and stuff. It might be hard to see because they have it macroed, but probably through one of these includes, right? How do they do that? Is it this std begin? Yeah, std begin, namespace std. So they've hidden it inside of a macro, but they do the same thing. So that everything that they declare is now within that std namespace. So that's all that really a namespace is making it so that you have to prefix all names with the name of the namespace. Is it okay to ask software design questions not relevant to the stream? Sure, I'm wrapping up anyway, so go ahead and ask. You applied for a graduate software job in backend and got a coding challenge to solve a plain text client server-based game through HTTP requests. You have a decent idea for the server, however, the client is the one that bugs me. Not sure where to begin with. Well, HTTP requests, I would suggest picking JavaScript because it's very simple to make an HTTP request in JavaScript, right? You just look up JavaScript. What is it called these days? I guess you can just look that up. Is it this HTTP request? Maybe it's this one. Is this the cool way to do it? XML HTTP request? It doesn't have to be XML anymore, right? It can be any format you want. Fetch. Right, you're right. It's been superseded by fetch. Exactly. So there you go. It's even simpler. Do they have an example of fetch? It's similar to this is the old style, right? So this is the new style. We gotta have an example somewhere. Here we go. So it's just, you make a new request and you call fetch on it. And then you have a then to say, what do you do with the response? So couldn't be simpler. Once you've looked it up. So that's what I would suggest for the client because it's not a whole lot of typing. As long as you read the manual, read about the fetch API, specifically this is where. This is under Web API's request in the MDN, right? And the examples are pretty good. So this is for basic HTTP requests. If you wanted to go a step higher and go over 9,000, the way to do that would be to have WebSockets, which is what I do. And even that on the client side is not too bad. Socket equals, you would just say new WebSocket instead of new request, and it's a WSS protocol. And once you get connected, you can call send on it and send whatever you want. I use JSON strings, but you can just use normal strings. There's even a binary version of it, so. Yep. The cool thing about WebSockets is it's bidirectional, so if you register in a message event listener, you get a callback whenever you receive something from the server. Whereas normal HTTP requests, that's usually one way only. You send a request, you get back a response, that's it. So yeah, about the namespaces, header files is an older technique of separating code, right? So we still have them. All that a header file is really is just separating code into a different file so that you can pull it in before the compile stage. So literally this line is replaced by the contents of this file by the preprocessor before the compiler sees it. Namespace goes a bit further. The include collapses down to as if you had the header file right there, but the namespace stays and the compiler actually sees the namespace. So it's a little bit more compiler friendly. Did I say it was actually somewhere? I missed that. What were you saying? It wasn't me. I'm gonna go eat lunch, and I'm gonna let Bob run all overnight. I'm not going for drinks. Cool. Okay. Well, I think that was it for the questions, right? I'm gonna let Bob run overnight. He's still happily running away. We haven't rolled over a second yet, so I'll feel foolish if I run it all night and it still stays in sync. Then I might have to do research to find maybe I don't need to do anything at all. But I'm pretty confident that it will eventually slip one way or the other because of the CPU's high precision counter is not meant to be accurate as far as keeping track with the internet. So it should slip. I will want to see that overnight. In the meantime, let me go end the stream now, guys. So I should be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I hope you'll join me then. In the meantime, please feel free to join my Discord channel. I put an announcement there about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes before I stream when I'm getting ready. And if you have any coding questions when I'm not streaming, feel free to use that channel for those questions. I will try to help you out, or someone else will help you out. Who should we raid now? While I go eat. Yeah, take care, everybody. Anybody have any suggestions? We can go raid O'Bother again. I like his stream. Yeah, don't go anywhere. If you like O'Bother, we're going to be raiding him. So, O'Bother is a maker, a crafter, and sometimes programmer. He's got a cool robotic laser that will burn your name into a wooden board if you sub to his channel. So it's very interesting. We're going to go raid O'Bother. Okay, I hit the button. We're going to be raiding him soon. Hope you enjoy O'Bother. If you haven't seen him before, say hi. And see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye.